Uh...
No, I didn't forget. Nephis, yo bitch ass, you're next.
I am just trying to set things up here real quick. Look at that Shinzu. Easy.
Are you serious?
What?
I straight up asked you if you were getting in Discord when you went live, and you said, "Oh no."
No, I said no because I thought Shinzu was. I don't know. You want to come in Discord?
Not now. I don't.
No, come in Discord, Becca. I don't think Shinzu's been here. I think he fell asleep. Captain Rage is like, uh-oh.
Here I was sharing your stupid video on X for you.
Well, thank you.
No.
Unlock me. Apparently, I have professional level haters on Reddit. That's cool. All documents, identity, financial transactions, and such are verified. Alongside.
Thankfully, I have a passport, so I should be able to straight pass if this passes.
But
Oh, now I can hear you.
my
Did you
my
contact?
documents don't match.
Did you contact your senator or what?
Oh, the
is,
voting thing. I need friends like Jason.
Yep.
That's exactly what I said. I was like interviewing him, and I was like, "Can I be your best friend?" Like,
what is the guy that you would contact? The guy that is in the other house, not
your
in the
representative
senator house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have not yet, but I do need to.
Do you have to contact in your current state one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in
Yeah.
What is your state? Denver? What is Denver?
Colorado.
Colorado, yeah.
So yeah, Lauren Boebert.
Republican
She-
or
Uh-huh. I
okay.
contacted her office once before. They don't really they're not very nice. They don't particularly like getting calls to tell them that they don't like what's happening.
Welcome to the official Ashes of Creation developer live stream. I have Shinzu and Becca. Becca, how's the how are the character asses going? Shinzu, are you done with the lighting yet? I don't know.
Come again?
I don't know. So today was supposed to be the day where when the developer team for Ashes of Creation was supposed to stream, like do a update stream on, sorry, a live stream update on development of Ashes of Creation. But obviously, with the whole collapse of that company, it's over, right? There's no one to give an update.
It is quite something.
No, to be honest, I just blend it out because in the moment I heard all the shit about it, what is the right word for it? I subscribed to the Alpha 2 or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Spent some €100 on it.
Yeah.
And in the moment I heard of it,
Oh, I didn't forget. Nephis,
Whatever.
Your bitch ass, you're next.
Makes sense.
It's a sad story, but it's not an uncommon story for MMOs these days.
I mean,
especially the ones that are community founded.
I feel like the cost is also something, not cost specifically, but like the return for the cost, right? You can make like a shooter or something that could maybe generate revenue and profit in a shorter amount of time. They would probably get a return on investments from an MMO. That's why I just, like, I've been recently saying this for the first time, but I think MMOs are definitely like the nuclear plants of the gaming industry. It takes a lot of money to build it up, a lot of money to maintain it, and then it's going to be like 8 to 10 years before you see a return on it. So no one wants to invest in it, you know?
Yeah, and you have to be very, very upfront for it, right? Because I think a subscription model doesn't work nowadays. A subscription model is just outdated. MTX is the way to go. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah. So subscription models are...
Yeah, what's up, Cold One?
I don't know. Is WoW still... WoW is not operating on a subscription model nowadays, right? So it's free to play, or is it still a subscription model? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the one that is over there since 20 years. So what's here?
Crazy video. Thanks for making it. Did you watch all of it already? Damn, people are fast. What the? Yeah.
Well, some people were in the middle of it, so.
Oh, I'm gonna. Someone sent me an email after it had to be taken down, and so let me read the email. I like it was it was almost instant. I don't like they just emailed me. Here's what it said: "Hey asshole, I was listening to that video," and then kind of cuts off because they only put it in the title. I don't know, but someone emailed me. I was like, "What? Okay, that's cool." What the? Squadron 42, but with dwarves. Did I donate to Sharif's bank account? Basically, right?
How much money do you invest in it, Kasper?
$250 in November 2022 for the Alpha 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Alpha 2 and Alpha
Yeah,
1.
probably.
Sorry, Alpha 2 access, yeah. It was Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2.
Was it last year where they did another push, or in 2024? where they did also a push for Alpha 2 at least. I think I have the same amount of money in it, so. But I am also, Camelot Unchained?
Yeah.
I was one of the first baker. It's still going on. There's still hope for another MMO.
I don't think I'll be getting my hopes up again anytime soon.
I think most people are. I'm not giving up, but like I think I'm done with MMOs for a little bit. You know what I mean? It's just like, what am I gonna play? WoW again? Oh god, dude. What the? Mary Jones, you paid $650. I know a lot of people who paid like 1,000, 2,000. So it's like a lot of people lost money, man. It sucks, especially for the Kickstarter and the website purchasers. Website purchasers could have gotten a refund if there was a customer support team, but they fired them. Oh my god, that's so funny. I'm trying to put some music on. Hold on. Where is it? Sorry. Is there one I can just play for a while? Oh yeah, there's some here for a while. This is the same music. I just discovered this guy recently. Apparently he's done all the music for the internet. It's crazy. You're braver of worlds and a few cosmetics. Yeah, so there's
all
this
the
guy.
music for the internet. Oh, go.
Yeah, no. Let me explain. So as YouTubers, it's really hard finding music that's not, got royalty. Like you have to share revenue, copyright. Yeah. You have to share revenue. But there's this guy that's been doing it for a while. This guy called Kevin MacLeod. All right, he just makes music, and there's like thousands of fucking tracks. It's like a very big variation in music. And I just discovered them because Cobb mentioned them casually. I'm like, what the hell is that? Because I was like, what kind of do I need video? Sorry, do I need music for this video? Because that was a debate. Because I was like, will the music take away from the video or will it add to the video? I think it added to the video. Sorry, what, Shinzu?
No, on what
platform
operates he? So he just does music and he's fine that people use it and he just want to mention it. So basically an MIT license in a software world.
Yeah, I suppose so. Basically, he just wants Creative Commons credit. And that's it.
In an MIT license, you just have to mention it, right? So, right, and you can modify or whatever copy code from an MIT license.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically the same. You just want to be mentioned. That's his premise. It's very good. So.
Someone said motherfucker deserves jail time. No copyright sounds is a classic too. Yeah, but they don't really have it's hard to describe.
Somebody on Reddit said video privated must be a hoax.
Someone said someone asked how reliable is the video, and someone said it's Nephis, so probably not very. What the fuck, dude? What did I do?
Wow.
Then people are dogpiling this person, occultist to the end. Ultimately more reliable than Steven ever was. Holy shit, it really was a scam. Oh, it's the same guy, dude. This guy, like, mentions me on Reddit or, like, replies to my posts on other subreddits. It's the same guy that always, like, posts to my threads or comments and says, oh, this guy, you know, fucking Nefis. I'm just like, this is one guy. This is one guy. What the fuck? Oh my god.
So they're obsessed with you.
Yes, it's bizarre.
He likes you.
This
He
guy's
likes
name
you.
is Reasonable Deer. I'm like, why does that sound familiar? And if you look at the notification history I get, he's always commenting on me. I'm like, what the fuck?
Maybe you should ask him to marry him.
I don't think Becca
But
will
you
like
already
that.
spoken to. You already spoken to, right? Okay. Yeah. And there's always Elias. Becca?
There's so many people saying it's down like 50 minutes ago.
Let's see if my number holds up.
What was your number? 7832 something?
Yeah.
How very specific.
It's just talking out of my ass. But it's a bit educated, right? You have the most views, maybe in the two to 5 hours. And then it apps up. And then you have in the first hour you have 1K. And then let's turn it down. Let's see. Let's see. You have to update me tomorrow.
Okay.
Or
So-
I will just look up
Okay.
on the video, right?
How was your day today, though?
It began with some FinUp stuff, so
Okay.
I don't like this stuff, but it needs to be done, and I learn also some things, so it's fine. And then the rest of the day was okay. I would say, yeah. How was your overall week? Let's say it's this.
It's been
Becca?
interesting. Oh, sorry. Go on. You were asking Becca.
Me? What?
How's your week been?
Long. Very,
Very.
very long. I'm glad it's the weekend. I'm glad it's over.
Yeah.
So it's Friday, I'm in love, right? After Robert Smith. From The Cure, I mean.
Yeah. I'm very glad that it's Friday. I still had a long day, but actually I
And
have
you-
to go out here soon.
Did you learn new stuff on work or just the old stuff or
No, nothing new. I had to do a self-evaluation for work, which was annoying. I had an obnoxiously long meeting today. It's company-wide, and they're doing it in like sections, like regions, and they made ours today apparently. And it was really
Yeah.
more of a lecture about not putting out shitty projects. I was just like, I feel like this shouldn't have to be said.
yeah. Nah, I
But
have to
apparently it
do
did.
also
So
I have to do also self-evaluation in the next month or so.
oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, mine was late. I was supposed to do it last month.
Yeah. Our time frame is February to March, something like that, right? And then you have also to get from other people evaluations of your performance, right? That is the easy part, right? Asking people to evaluate you.
Mhm.
But the self-evaluation is
Will you be my Valentine,
Nah,
Mr. Streamer? Brian asks.
Brian, I can be your Valentine today
Yeah.
if you want to. But also writing evaluations for other people. Wow. It's not my thing.
Thankfully,
It's
I don't
not my
have to
thing.
do that.
It's not my thing, to be honest, right? So.
Yeah. I had a very hard time doing a self-evaluation. I cannot imagine having to do an evaluation for somebody else.
It's not an evaluation. It's more like a feedback, right? It's more like you do a feedback. You did some project with him or her or it, whatever gender, and it's not an easy thing for me to do, right? So, because I'm not a very outward person, so I would say in the most compressed, yeah, he did his job. That is what he say, right? but there's on this feedback you have to be more verbose. So that is a difficult thing for me.
At least we now know it was for sure a scam, and he was scamming and lying about everything. Yeah, I mean, he lied. I feel like that's where you should start, right? Did he lie? Yes. Why did he lie? I think the text messages honestly offers a glimpse into his psychology. I think he definitely had an interesting ego. I'm saying had as if he died. He didn't die. I don't think anyone knows where he is. I think there's like a there's a lawsuit video someone dropped. I think their name is Theory Forge. I don't know if anyone knows him. I don't know him, but I think he commented on the video earlier saying, and then people were mentioning him. I'm like, okay, interesting. And there's this person I'm talking to who's saying the lawsuit looks really bad for him. So if that lawsuit's really bad, and there's another upcoming lawsuit by the investor I talked to, and I talked to him actually on the video call earlier. Becca can confirm because we were in the living room. It doesn't look good, and if I were this guy, I would probably flee the country. There's so much debt. There's so much money. And
Nefis, yo bitch ass.
I'm gonna say it. He pissed off MMO players, and MMO players are kind of, you know, a very dangerous demographic. Unhinged, sorry,
Really
unhinged
crazy.
demographic.
You're crazy
so
people.
I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna go to fucking, I don't know, like fucking Saudi Arabia.
We are tribal. We are tribal.
Maybe he'll borrow money.
We are tribal. We are tribal, and we try to protect ourselves, right?
Yeah, well, sure, but there's definitely those who take that to the absolute extreme.
No way Ash has come back at this point. Just got here with the Karen reveal. Well, Karen's just one small part of the story, if you watch the video. Considering her investment was
BRB.
$1 million at least from one of the sheets. It could be more. I didn't get to look through the many, like all the pages. I looked through the vitally important ones. Jason was gracious enough to share. Hello, Gur. Gur is also featured in the video if you watch long enough. He was gracious enough to share all the text messages, and a lot of the financial documents, the promissory notes, the convertible loans, it's kind of crazy. He's flying to the Bahamas as we speak. Okay, what's in the Bahamas, Brian? He deserves to chill with that iced tea at Denny's. I did tell him that if he's up for it, we could do a live stream. Pretorax. The thing is, like, he's not familiar with Discord, so I'll have to help him sub Discord. You can bring him down if you want. I think anybody that claims to know for a fact it was a scam from the start is lying or not very smart. On another note, this is insane how much of a scam it really was. I think you'll always have people say, "Where you in?"
I gotta step out for a bit.
All right.
Yeah.
You want to bring him down here or send him down here? And,
Sure.
yeah. I think there'll always be people who say it's not a scam or is a scam from the beginning. You know, 'cause I don't think that matters. I think what matters is people can change their positions or opinions. You're a business major student, and this stuff is like one big case study to me. I was actually talking to Brian about how these investors didn't seem familiar. Hey, welcome back. Becca had to step out for a little bit. She'll be back in like 10 to 15 minutes. But yeah, I was talking to Brian, and we were like, if you're investing in something, I feel like you should know a good amount of it, or at least like the bare minimum. From my conversations with Jason, he wasn't familiar with the gaming industry. So a lot of the red flags that go off in your head when you read those text messages as a MMO player or as a gamer would obviously not have appeared to him. And of course, you're talking about the son of a friend. Like, you don't expect someone like that to screw you over. But life is, of course, lots of shades of gray, and anyone can screw you over, you know what I mean? It is a very interesting case study for business, I feel like, because what's interesting about it is... Okay, he's just going up and down the stairs. He most definitely wanted to be the next biggest MMO. Unfortunately, his clay would do anything to achieve that. It seemed like it on stream was a persona. Sorry, I didn't want to like make you deaf because I'm calling him over here. But anyway, yeah, no, I think I got the sense towards the end of the text messages. He also wanted the MMO, but I mentioned this in the middle of the video about a possible business pivot, right? You know, Slack, before they were office communication app, they were making MMO. YouTube was a dating website that used videos, but they pivoted. Shopify was a snowboard shop. They pivoted. So at a point with Ash's Apocalypse, I feel like he could have pivoted because he really was obsessed, I feel like, with Fortnite, with Apex Legends, which came out that year. Because he saw that and he's like, oh my god, it's a lot of revenue potential. But at the same time, maybe he didn't want to pivot because he still wanted that MMO, right? So, I don't know. I think there was a lot of ego involved. And But
in the end, there was something delivered. You have the all the alpha, and you could play it. In the end,
you could play some of it, right? Was it the full experience he promised, though? No. Was it a full launch? I guess technically it was a full launch on Steam, but you know, I don't know if that was to avoid refunds, because it, like, when I look at the time period, Jason's funding him until like 2021 when other investors take over, right? Like Robert Dawson, he put like over $90 million into the project, at least that we know of, and it's like maybe towards the end he was running out of money. And the investors didn't want to put any more money in until they saw something happen. Of course, on the game side, yeah, something was happening, but not substantial enough for the investor side. So I think what happened there was they stopped. They refused to give him money. And from the way Jason's accounting the story, at that point, Steven threatened to alert Commerce West Bank about the $3.7 million sitting in the Steam fund on the Intrepid Studios account. I don't know. I think he needed money, so he decided to launch it to Steam, and also to show investors, hey, something's happening. I don't know if it was primarily a way to get refunds back, but I mean, maybe he also thought that it was a nice way to back it up, right? I would love to interview Steven if he's, you know, willing, but I think we have so many documents, so many lawsuits being filed, so much evidence from the testimony of former staffer like Margaret Cron, right? She talks about the last days, how she was expected to relay the news about laying off 100 people, right? And some people have speculated that's to avoid the Warren Act filing, but that didn't happen. I've talked to a volunteer moderator. They moderated the Discord server, they moderated the website, they moderated the Twitch chat, and they looked through the audit log for us. And if you are giving away assets, if you've resigned from your position, if you're done with work, you don't moderate the Discord server. Like, it's kind of weird. It feels like he stepped down, but he didn't step down or step away. I gave these assholes $70. They would refund me like 2 years ago. Try now, maybe. I don't know. Really? That was a scam for the Kickstarter. You're bringing the investor to Discord, he'll be forced to verify his ID, bro. I mean, I could talk to him about options. Some of our calls weren't just on the phone, but through Zoom. And, yeah. Securing investors to pay off earlier investors is called a Ponzi scheme and hardcore illegal. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you try to defend them, or like try to figure out what the hell he was thinking. I think he made a lot of bizarre business decisions. He really did. And if you are experienced with business, or you have a startup or something, and the way he's doling out equity, like it's fucking, the breath from his lungs, it's crazy. I've never seen something like that, personally. You're a founder of a company, and you're just giving away so much equity to these lenders, to these investors, so much. Like, it's crazy. But of course, what's even crazier is the valuation that he was giving out the equity at, right? I mean, the valuation is based on his projections, which is, anyone can make up projections. What's really important about P&L, projections and losses, is the losses, right? Like, and of course the revenue made. But he seemed very reluctant to hand over financial records to Jason, the investor I talked to, because I imagine he would find Jason would find bullshit.
But you can also argue, what the fuck did the investors think?
What do you mean, like?
Did they don't do research? What the MMO market is? What is the return of investment? When I invest, I don't know, 100 millions in an MMO, how long will it take to actually materialize on the market?
Okay, cool.
Even with an early access or something like that, right? Do I have what is a? Do we have a subscription model, or do we do the MTX? So did they do their own research in the end? Because that's, if I would invest some money in a project, I would research for myself.
No, absolutely. I mean, that was my first reaction when I was talking to Jason about this, because you have to imagine, like, what you guys are. So I tried to make the video from my perspective a little bit as well in terms of the timeline. I don't know if you've watched the video yet, Shinzu, but like, I tried to show through my eyes as well a little bit, like, my disbelief. Because, at a certain point, Jason's willing to sell 2 cars to give money to Stephen Sharif, right? And those 2 cars are a 2011 Ferrari and a 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost. Okay, and I just at that point, something just broke in me when I was like talking to him, because I was like, why would you why would you do that? So I don't know. I can see what you mean. Like, some of the blame can be on the investors and so on, right? This Jason guy is going all in. Yeah.
Blame is the wrong word, but
sure, they should have been a bit more cautious.
not being cautious, because
Yes.
gaming industry is a very volatile market. It can change at a whim, right? So especially at a game at development, in development stage, where it's not really fleshed out everything. Especially the how do you make money out of it? This part, right? Which is probably the most important part from a view of an investor, right? How do you make money out of the game? Subscription model is outdated. MTX is the way to go nowadays.
Yeah.
Maybe sell add-ons is another way to get money into the project.
Wait, was Steven really on the Forbes 30 Under 30? Oh my god, dude, that category is cursed for some reason. Look up the history of the people on the Forbes 30 under 30. It's fucking crazy. Like, either they end up in jail or worse, or some, like, you know what I mean? Or they go extremely rich. It's kind of, there's no in between. I mean, early on, he wanted to make the next WoW, innovate the genre, but then he lost his game dev focus to just trying to make as much money as possible. So, someone asked a good question. Where exactly did most of the money go? Employee payroll and taxes. If you look at the messages, a lot of it is definitely, a chunk of it is payroll. But Jason, he and I talked earlier, and let me just kind of see what I can do here. He's claiming that, oh, well, I mean, this was already in the video too. He's claiming that Steven and his husband pulled out at least 6 million of the amount of investments put into Intrepid Studios. Now, that's a claim because I haven't seen the documents that he's willing to share them with me, and by extension to you guys. He's willing to talk to you guys. He's willing to answer questions. He's willing to do more videos that show more details behind some of the things that I mentioned in the video but didn't go into. I also asked him if we can make something about the letter to Valve his lawyer sent, because he's trying to get money. He's trying to get some money back, right? Like, I don't know. Gambler's fallacy, maybe. I mentioned in the video it's more of a sunken cost fallacy, I feel like. At least with Jason. And that's a very MMO player thing, as I commented, as I remarked. Why can't we just get a good MMORPG? Why does the world hate us? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you define as a good MMORPG. There's so many people pinging me. What are they pinging? Publish the files. publish the vishyrf files, bro. I mean, it's all in the video. Everything else is like irrelevant to Intrepid Studios and Ash's creation. I mean, because these are 383 pages of text messages, right? They're not just talking about Intrepid. They're talking about their lives. They're talking about shit. I think in one text message exchange, which I was going to include in the video, but I was like, I mean, I think the Denny's thing is enough, is them talking about how hard it is to get a PS5. I mean, I don't think that's I think that's completely irrelevant to Ash's creation. Unless you want to do a really roundabout argument saying, oh, well, Steven was really a billionaire. How come he didn't have 5 PS5s? How come he had such a hard time getting PS5s? Okay, sure. But like everything else is like irrelevant. So when are we going to get the same type of expose on Star Citizen? Star Citizen, I don't think is going to like, I don't know. We'll see. I haven't put any money into Star Citizen. Why are people pinging me about... I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of surprised that a lot of people are being sympathetic towards Jason. Because I had a very small test audience. I showed some drafts to, like, you know, and of course I had to involve him in the creative process because I needed to ask him, like, what do you not want me to include from some of this shit? He only took out like 2 irrelevant text messages, basically, that showed the same thing. I'm kind of curious, because the test audience I had, they said, like, they don't feel any sympathy for the guy. Because, like Shinzu's saying, like, you should have been a more cautious investor. But also, why are you taking money out of your 401k, bro? To fund the... Okay, hold on. Did I just say something? Please, everybody, anyone listening out there, my signal might be weak, but please listen. Do not ever use your retirement account funds to fund a MMORPG. In fact, just let it sit there. That shit was crazy. I was like, because I was like looking at the shit he was, you know, screen sharing, and I was like, you took over $100,000 from your 401k to give to Steven. And I was like, I was just astounded. I was bewildered at a certain point, you know, because I was like, oh, I don't know about that.
He must be very rich. Let's say it's like very. The pitch must be very convincing.
Mm-hmm.
Or would have been very
have you seen some of the screenshots, Shinzo, in the video? You don't have to watch it. You can just like skip.
No, I didn't watch.
You can just skip. Okay,
I will.
Okay. I'll bring.
I will watch the video tomorrow. So.
Okay, well, can I read out to you one of the text messages?
Of course.
Okay, because I think it'll tell you why, like the convincing pitch here. God, my files are so unorganized because I was doing video recording and editing and storyboarding. Shit, let me look. Okay, here it is. All right, this is after Jason sent $300,000 to Steven, even after, like, Steven... even after he said no a lot to Steven, but Steven kept insisting. Here's the pitch. Here's the pitch deck for the startup company of Intrepid Studios. I will always be in your depth for the love you've shown. Heart emoji. We're about to explode, brother. You are the object of all my adoration and respect. I am working my ass off for you. Heart emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji. I appreciate it, my friend. This is extremely helpful for lunch plans. You have no idea, smiley face. By the way, cash is also fine. We are juggling professionals. Thanks, brother. That's the pitch deck. That's the pitch deck for the company. And that was very convincing. And I noticed, as I processed the 383 pages, I noticed a very recurring pattern, which was Steven, if Jason did anything for him, even if it was like a small thing, Steven would just love bomb the fuck out of him. He would just compliment him. He would just be like, "Oh my," stroking his ego and shit. You know what I mean? Like love bombing. You know, like just overwhelming them with positivity to the point where they're like, "Oh yeah, okay, you know, here you go." And you know, I honestly wish that kind of pitch deck worked for us.
I would say I would also be intrigued by it. I don't know, right? On a professional layer, I would say I would have more substance, right? What is the next step, right? What is the next step on a professional layer, right? So where you say, okay, we will have an alpha 2 out in the next 2 weeks, whatever, or we have an alpha tech demo to present to you and you have to watch it. Something like that, right? So on a professional layer, so even if you are not into this genre or into this profession, at least you would have seen something like some results, not just some warm words.
Someone just
maybe I can't. It's difficult, right? So.
No, I didn't forget. Nephis, yo bitch ass.
Blink
You're
twice at the camera if you're not legally allowed to disclose whether you have messages or you know of messages beyond January 8th, 2021. Will you even be able to tell if I blink my eyes? Just wondering about that. But anyway, no, there are, I believe, messages and documents beyond that date. It's just, I think, honestly, it was fine to stop there because that's when things were just a complete mess. Jason, I think, was handing handing the baton, handing the torch off to Robert Dawson at that point. And I feel like if he had stayed there for another 3 years, it'd be the same shit over and over again. He said he's going to file a lawsuit, so it's going to be interesting. I know there's already a lawsuit that's filed in Nevada today, right? Someone told me. So I don't think that's Jason's lawsuit. That's someone else's lawsuit. So there's multiple lawsuits. That's not even counting the lawsuits by the one firm for the employees and 2 firms for 3 employees that are filing lawsuits because of the Warren Act violations. So we'll see. Hey, just wanted to ask, I don't think this is at all fabrication, but Ashes Copers are already asking what proof do we have that you actually spoke to the real Jason? Is there anything you can provide? Well, I have his phone number, which, you know what I mean? I can video call him now if he's down. Do you guys want me to call him?
Liar, a bully,
and you know, if I can look up information about him before our calls started even and look up what he looked like and all that, and of course the identity verification, anyone can. But I mean, it's all verified. The promissory notes were legit. He even showed me the promissory note, and that aligned with the February 2017 filing that we had covered in a previous video. Text messages, wire transactions, the checks he wrote to Intrepid Studios Incorporated. If people don't want to accept all this as evidence, that's okay, because obviously some of this evidence, you could argue, oh, it's just his side of the story. I mean, okay, but that's the only side of the story we have at the moment. Where's Steven? I'm fine with talking to Steven. I'm fine with Steven's, but it's also like, why would he, like, there's no way, because this guy's not even familiar with Discord, but there's no way he could have faked like 383 pages of text messages. And all the timelines line up, right? When they're talking about, for some reason, it's bizarre, Steven was talking about acquiring Daybreak Gaming Company, and that's the company that Margaret, Jeffrey Bard, and the rest of, a lot of them are from. That is exact, like, it aligns, like, all the dates are correct, you know? But, I mean, it's all verified. And people can come to their own conclusions. I'm not going to be like, oh, you should listen to me because I can make videos and upload to the fucking internet. Who the fuck cares? Anyone can do that. But I also
and your voice is anyway fake.
Oh yeah,
so.
true. Sorry. Oh yeah, true. My voice is fake, by the way. There's so many comments. I'm like scrolling through YouTube comments. I'm like, why do people think my voice is fake? So I'm like, I'm so glad I made that video because over the years people kept saying it. I'm like, oh, that doesn't bother me because you know I've done VA gigs. I've been on radio at least once. But I figured just to farm more views off the many people commenting that over and over, I just be like, all right, here's some proof, whatever. But I mean, I think people should definitely keep waiting for more information if they don't feel ready that they can accept this video. I have no issues with that. I think though it shows things that we've been thinking about for some time. I definitely got an insight into why Ashes of Creation Apocalypse Battle Royale even happened. Because at the time I was thinking this, I was like, at the time, because I've been following Ashes since 2016, about there, and they did a Battle Royale playtest, and I'm like, what the fuck is the point of that? And later they would be like, oh well, we did it to, you know, gather data. That's essentially what was what they said. So when I read the text messages about him mentioning Fortnite twice, how much money Fortnite's making, oh my god, you know, a Ashes of Creation investor, or sorry, donator, a Kickstarter person, they're spending $53 per person per head, while Fortnite is making $58 per head. We're so close to being the next Fortnite. We're so close to meeting the next WoW. And then he mentions Apex Legends, which came out a month before he mentioned it, that same year. And you can kind of feel the train of thought he had about the Battle Royale thing. So maybe that's why he pushed for the Battle Royale. I don't know. Yeah, he definitely was keenly interested in Fortnite and Apex Legends in terms of the revenue they were bringing in, right? I mean, again, it's all in the video. How did Ashes last?
Okay.
Sorry, what?
But okay, I still have to question the sanity of investors in this thing, right? Because
I love that you're so German, Shinzu, because you're like, I still need to talk about the investor because what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean?
Because
oh my god.
And a shooter. A Call of Duty. Let's say,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
It's
okay.
It's a big venue, whatever, right? So they bring out a game every year.
Mm-hmm.
So they make the venue every year. In MMO, they have a very different revenue stream.
Mm-hmm.
So of course you can bring out an add-on every year, but in the end you have to retain players at a much higher level as a shooter. Because Black Ops, the people buy the game, play it maybe for, I don't know, a month, 2 months, and then they are done. In MMO, you have to retain the player by repetitive task. I don't know, daily quests, whatever, right? So it's much more difficult in my head to retain players in an MMO. And that must be clear also to investors, because in MMO it's the apex of gaming. An MMO is an apex of gaming.
Sure.
To retain players, it's very difficult, and it must be very clear to investors.
Okay.
It's a very difficult field.
Right.
It's not it's not easy than Fortnite. It's basically a shooter, right? Or whatever, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Zines. Yeah. It had to be
No, I didn't
private
forget.
real quick.
Nephis, yo, bitch ass.
We missed
You're
one
next.
thing real quick, so we put it back up. Don't worry, people were theorizing, right? Like, dude, I got an email immediately because we had to edit one thing real quick, and the email I mentioned this earlier. Someone emailed me asking me, "Hey asshole, I was listening to that video. Why'd you take it down?" I like this guy. If you're watching, I like you. It was like instant. It was an instant email. Because I was talking about, we gotta fix this error real quick. And it's better safe than sorry, right? So that's so funny. I love that person, whoever you are. Like, it was like it didn't even take 10 seconds. They emailed me like just like that, calling me an asshole. I'm like, all right, damn, this guy's this guy's so cool. I only joined on Steam release, but my biggest red flag was boasting 250 employees and the progress wasn't on par with a team of 20. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people brought that up, including Jason himself in the video, and you definitely need anywhere between 45 to 79, sorry, not 79, 75 people,
No, I didn't forget.
judging from
Nephis,
like
yo,
past
bitch ass.
projects.
You're next.
But that scales usually, but it felt like they scaled really hard, really early for some reason. And I think a lot of people brought that up. But then a lot of people also kind of dismissed that because, oh, you know, he's a multi-billionaire gamer. He's got this. He's said it many times. He'll refund us if it doesn't launch. And also he's got it fully funded. There are no outside investors. There's no board. So you know what I mean? Like someone just said the video, like the stuff in the video could be considered fraud or criminal. Any armchair lawyers in chat?
Hey,
Huh?
he left.
I know. He just ran out, that little white polar bear chihuahua.
He's coming back.
He's coming back. Oh my god, he's crazy. He's doing crazy.
Will you calm down?
It's really sad when you think of the staff and people like Maggie doing the monthly streams, being a new mother, whilst behind the scenes, Steven is just trying to scrape out new investment and money. I think what was really frightening to me was the payroll matter. I don't know if you guys have, I don't know if everybody has watched the video yet, but there's a part in the video, and maybe we'll watch it together, I don't know, but I don't like listening to my voice. So maybe I'll mute and just read the screenshots. But anyway, I looked, when I was looking through the text messages, and this guy, well, what was it, 2018, 2019, he was struggling to fund the payroll. Or he's struggling to have enough money in the business checking account for the entire company to issue checks. That was very frightening to me because I know recently they obviously couldn't fulfill the payroll. And that's why everybody's still not compensated. That's why everyone's still not paid as of February 2nd. Or 3rd. What was it, 2nd or 3rd? 2nd, right? So I'm getting like my shit mixed up because I'm still thinking about, yeah, that's 2nd. So the Warnock filing was on the 2nd. They still don't have their pay. No one's gotten compensated yet, as far as we know. So when I was like, this was happening 6, 7, 8 years ago too.
You're next.
You know, it like almost happened multiple times. If you look at the text messages, Steven's messaging Jason, "Hey, we need $600,000 for payroll. Hey, we need $65,000 more for payroll. Hey, I got all the pennies from the couch. We need payroll." I'm just like, I was frightened because it's like the company came this close so many times to just imploding, but it never did. That's why I mentioned that's why I brought up compared the situations to the Ocean Gate Titan submersible incident, right? I don't know if you guys watched the documentary on that, but this guy was very adamant on carbon fiber being the next big thing for submersibles. And there were signs, there were warnings. It came very close to imploding many times, potentially. It just kept going, and then imploded. So that was very frightening to me. But also, I think what it frightened me even more was, I think the first time they missed payroll or didn't have enough money for payroll was the $65,000 he needed to put into the checking account. But he issued, this is the crazy part, he issued the paychecks despite not having enough money in the checking account. I can't say much else. You know what I mean? I had to ask in the video because I have to ask because I felt so. You know, Becca was here for me, and a few other people I trust that I was, you know, asking for feedback and such. But I still felt a little alone in terms of like trying to grapple with information. Because I was like, can you imagine the $65,000 overdraft in your checking account? No, I don't know. I think it's still like most banks will still slap a $35 penalty charge on that on most amounts, but I'm not sure about $65,000. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the overdraft charge would be because it's not percentage based. It's usually a flat fee. But would it have been $65,035? Who knows? Who fucking knows? It? I'm kind of curious. Oh, thank you so much for the $10 donut. I really appreciate you, NCC. Thanks for that. Appreciate you. But yeah, I mean, it really frightened me. The payroll really frightened me because it was like, this was not last year. This was not 2 years ago. This was 7, 8 years ago, 6 years ago. It's mega scam behavior. Who supported the game? Everybody. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people, right? And I think a lot of people did want to see something come out. He did 2 million. He did multiple loans with Yaya. He did multiple loans with Jason. I think there's a screenshot where Jason's kind of listing of how much he's loaned them in different amounts. 6, 7? Okay, Brian. Ashes being on the brink 6 years ago makes me hate content creators. Why? No one knew. It's very clear his coworkers didn't know, and if they did, then we don't know, right? But I don't think he let anyone know. I think this was a very private thing between him and Jason and potentially other investors after 2022, 2023. I think the problem is Steve built a family and spoiled them instead of building a business and growing it. Sure. He sold off equity to pay off early investors. That's literally Ponzi scheme. Okay, so selling of equity, selling of shares, or allocating of shares is by itself not illegal. But I'll leave that to the lawyer. But you know, like it just boggled my mind because, you know, as some of you may know, you know, Brian and I have startups, tech startups, and to dilute your shares like that is crazy to me. I think not only was that a red flag to me personally, but also like I just couldn't wrap my mind around that shit. You know what I mean? Like, you put $950,000 down in 2018. Damn, Tara. Sorry to hear that. Kickstarter, I'm assuming. I put $250 down in 2022. I think Mary had $650. No one. Is one of the things that this guy was saving the company over and over. Yo, I also get the sense that maybe Jason, I didn't ask him this, but like, I didn't ask him this specifically during our talks and interview. What he thought about the employees, like him covering the payroll for them, essentially. So, I don't know. I mean, I think he wants to talk more about it. He told me earlier on the phone call, because I involved him in the process of the video making because I want to make sure everything's good. I'm not compromising his legal safety. I don't want to give. I also don't want to give Steven a moral or legal foothold, just based on all the things I've seen so far. Because you can't deny what he did. You can't deny the lies. So he says he wants to share more information and I think he said he recently just got the most updated accounting books and sheets records from Intrepid. So we might find even more crazy shit in whatever records that Steven kept from the investors. Diluting is not crazy when you know value is zero part of the scam. Maybe we're being too irrational, right, Caperon? You were in the PI, probably the only one who got a refund. Damn. Well, the red flag is no one would give him money or be a publisher. So he mentions iDreamSky a lot, the Chinese, and I think one of the screenshots towards the end of the video, he said something about like, what was it? Like, the Chinese are fucking dog shit and their culture is dog shit. I was like, what the fuck? I think they also, if it's true, I don't know, because that shit's not public. Because I scoured through, you know, the internet. I scoured through any kind of mention possible about iDreamSky. They are real. iDreamSky is a gaming publisher, but for the Chinese market. They published, I believe, Fruit Ninja to the Chinese market, right? They're real, but there was absolutely no record, public or otherwise, of their deal. But it makes sense because this deal was kept under wraps or private between Steven and the Chinese company. So I was very curious about that. He talks a lot about them because they promised $60 million in funding, which is definitely a considerable amount for any kind of startup, any kind of company starting out. And I just I don't know. There's so much to talk about. You showed the stuff till 20 to 21. What the fuck did they do since 21? Okay, so I think I mentioned this in the video, right? Jason really does not want. Jason's in the bind. He's in the pickle. Think of it from his investor's perspective. He's put too much money in at this point. He's put what, 12 million or so? Are you going to walk away from that? Your business partner is begging you not to sue him. Otherwise, employees are going to leave, companies are going to implode. You don't get a product, you don't get ROI. And if you sue the guy you know who doesn't have money, what the fuck money are you going to get? So he brings in other investors like Robert Dawson, who generously puts in 90 plus million. From a lot of people, I think, I was it 2 years ago, people were like, what's Intrepid Creations? Oh my god, is that a new project? No, Intrepid Creations is, I think, basically a shell entity or company that Robert Dawson has, I believe. And he paid through that company as a business to Intrepid, probably to fund payroll, probably to keep the project going. So I think at 2022 and beyond, other investors stepped in. And you know, you see text messages, Steven trying to get other investors. He asked his neighbors for $2 million. So investor is a very loose term here. He's not going out to Y Combinator. He's not going out to, you know, he's not going out to like VCs, like actual VCs. He's just getting random people, dude, to buy in, essentially, to keep going, to keep this train running. But the train's fucking not even on the track. The train's out of fuel. You know, it's crazy. Those messages showed an extremely racist side of Steven. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't too surprised by it because, you know, like a lot of people in business, they'll talk like they'll talk shit like that in private. So I was like, okay, but I'm sure it will shock some people because you look at this public persona of Steven he puts on throughout the years. You don't expect him to say shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would be the more shocking aspect. Do you think this was one big gravy train for Steven? I'm torn. I really am torn, but I'm leaning more, you know, I'm leaning more towards the fact that he really did want to make MMO, but he had no fucking clue. He had no prior game development experience. He was way in over his head in terms of the expenses. I mean, Ash has raised what, 70 million? Investors put in another 100. So lenders and investors lended at least 150 million that we know of. I don't think that's still enough to cover a, like, the MMO he wanted. And I think that's part of the problem, right? The ego got in the way. He didn't have to make the exact. I mean, that's why they do it in stages sometimes, right? For large projects, whether it's a building or a fucking MMO or a game, they could have slowly rolled things out, but it really felt like he wanted to release all of it at the same time. After like the alphas or betas, but I don't know, man. Mismanagement of funds. All right, have fun, Shinzu.
Good
Bye,
night.
Shinzu. Good night.
Good night.
He was trying to live a dream in and over his head, drunken money and lifestyle. If I had $70 million, I'd find some agency. That's exactly what everyone keeps saying. Even Jason mentioned that. He's like, why didn't he hire Korean or Chinese developers? I give him like this little side eye. Yeah, sure. I mean, you can argue. Steven could have done a lot of things from a business perspective. Like, he could have relocated the studio from California somewhere else. He could have gone to Texas. Or at least changed the address. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Dude, I don't know. There were a lot of options. I felt like he spent money like he was in Congress. I think a lawyer put it the best way possible recently. Last week, I think the lawyer said, "If this is all true, if the approximate figures are true, Ashes of Creation was spending Guild Wars 2 money when it wasn't making Guild Wars 2 money." I think that's still the best description anyone's ever put out so far of this whole thing in terms of the financial management. Hi, this is Arnold from Noonie TV. I have 2 important questions. Can you confirm that Ashes made the MMO worth the sad time for 2026, and do you believe in democracy? Hell yeah, Helldiver. ESO was 150 million? Yeah, sure, but this guy wanted all of it. I'm like, and that's why people were bringing up, oh, it's just going to just be in feature creep hell, Fly to the Philippines or China, find some budding games too, like they have the 100 of gacha devs. But he tried. Can't fault him for that. I don't think anyone's faulting him for trying something. I think everyone's faulting him for lying about it and not being transparent when he claimed otherwise. And also, again, the business decisions, the financial decisions, all that, again, mind-boggling. Really mind-boggling. I feel like if you showed this video or the text messages to somebody like in the industry, the gaming industry, at a C-suite level, they'd be like, "What the fuck? What is this shit?" And that's why it makes me doubt if he ever met with like the people from Microsoft that he claimed, the 20-man team, right? I don't know. All I care about now is getting Jason that Denny's iced tea. Oh, he's fine. I think he's fine. I think. He said he's recovered since then. So, but I think that was a very interesting moment because I've been in that moment and I've seen that moment with other people in really, really dire shit situations where it's just kind of, it's like, it feels like you're in reality, but you're not in reality at the same time. And it's like, oh man, even that one little thing I would disregard as below me sounds so good right now. You know what I mean? Like, see, even with the model that you wanted to do, funding the game on the monthly subscription based on your deal would have only had $6.1 million revenue into the company. Yeah. And without counting into payroll and everything else that needed to run the game, it would have taken them at least 25 to 30 years to recoup the amount of investment, not counting microtransactions and such, of course. Yeah. I think there was a failure of basic arithmetic too when they were Steven was calculating all that, but also he was just making up numbers. Like, he was just straight up making numbers, you guys. Okay, there's a part in the video where he just says, "Okay, Jason, I need $320,000 for TwitchCon. I need another $300K for paying Team Liquid to play my game. I need $125,000 for PAX West/East. I don't know which one. Probably both." And then he says, "If you lend me this money and I pay for all these expenses, we'll get a 10 to 30 times return on investment." First of all, why is that such a huge rate? 10 to 30 times. Hello? But also, if Jason had known anything about the streaming industry or the gaming industry, and Steven had told him, hey, we'll get 30 times the return on this $300,000. What is that, like fucking 9,900,000, something like that, right? On the TwitchCon expense. That's crazy. All right. All the vendors I've talked to that have taken out booths or spaces at TwitchCon, they do it at a loss. They don't get a 10 to 30 times ROI. That's fucking crazy. They just made that shit up. Yeah, just dump money in here and we'll get a 10 to 30 times ROI. I mean, I wish I could say that to people and they'll believe me. You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean? No? Okay. So if you're an investor, Millions Deep, why would you not confront him when Steven publicly goes on live stream and says it's fully funded? Because Steven begged him not to. Steven begged him, hey, don't sue me. Don't expose the company. Give me some time. Give me another loan. Give me some time. Give me another loan. If you do that, the company will disappear. He says it straight up. Your investment will disappear. He was essentially, I mean, at a certain point, I feel like holding the money hostage. But I also will put some of the blame on Jason when he just kind of let Steven take the reins on a couple of the decisions on the convertible loans. I feel like he could have dipped early, but history. We should say that, putting in our pitch deck right now. Yeah, that's Brian. He's my co-founder in chat. Say hi to Brian, everybody. I wish I could say that.
Oh, wait, Brian.
I wish I could say that to people and be like, hey, if you invest all your money in my company, you get 30 times ROI, bro. Big trust, bro. Oh, by the way, can you lend me like $100 million real quick? Oh my God.
Just real quick.
Just real quick. You know, I will not. Oh, okay, there's this, Becca. You haven't watched the video yet fully. I think it's very early on in the video. Steven tells Jason, yo, bro, trust me. Lend me this 26 or 30-day loan, short-term loan of $2 million. or 1 million, whatever it was. And I will pay it back. I mean, it's 30 days, bro. I mean, you don't think I'm gonna pay it back? And he like puts an absurd interest rate on it. And all that shit. He even offers to bump up the equity share from 12.4% to 13% for Jason. And he defaults on it. He doesn't pay him. He doesn't pay him back. I was just, dude. Oh my god.
No, I didn't.
Where is this video?
You're next.
You guys want to watch it together in a bit? I'll watch with you in a bit. Yeah, what's up, Law? Hi there, in first time chatter. Yeah, welcome in. I hope you're well. The more you dig, reveal the AOC controversy. Do you think it's more of a scam, or is Steven being totally irresponsible? I think it's both. I think that's my conclusion. Yes, completely irresponsible. Yes, ego detected. Yes, he fucked up a lot. He made really bizarre decisions that could be construed as fraud. And also, it's as a result of that, he knew where this was going, and the moment he knew, he should have stopped, but he didn't. So it became a scam. So two things can be tried at the same time. To me, anyway. Sorry, my finger gestures triggered the camera to do things. Actually, we placed bets between me, Crow, Shinzu, and Lux. How many views this video will get? Shinzu says in 24 hours this video will stop at, let's see, $7,893 views after 24 hours. That's where the video will stop. In terms of views. No one else bet it though. What the hell? I think 9,000. It was cinema. How cooked were these books? So again, I talked to Jason earlier today. like before I streamed, and while the video was down, or no, this was before the video was down for a sec. What do you say? He got more updated books and information that he wants to share with me, and I have a feeling it means there's more fucked up shit. And I'm trying not to be surprised by it because I'm just like, what could be worse at this point? But I have a feeling it's gonna be worse somehow. I don't know. Let me voice act Steven, please. What? Did you know Goku is voiced by a legendary Japanese lady? Yeah, she's a VA. P&Ls is probably... Well, yeah, that's the weird part. He just kept emphasizing P&Ls and just more the projections aspect. Which, who the fuck cares about projections? If you know what I mean? Like, anyone can make up projections. If you're losing money, your revenue is low, you have high losses, but you're projecting like $10 billion or whatever, no one's gonna believe you, dude. You go to a bank with that, they'll be like, nah, this is dumb. Like, any actual financial statements like expenses? Well, the receipts are in the video. There's accounting sheet, yes. I asked him for more, and he's willing to give more. He's willing to share more in the coming days. People are interested. Let's go to this fuck. Yeah. Hello, you did God's work. I will say, Becca had to watch me edit and record. Oh my god, my voice was dying at one point. And I thought to myself, why the fuck do I talk so much? But also, a big part of that was like reading the text messages. I had fun. Reading Jason's crash outs, because... Because I don't know, like from an outside perspective, it's funny. Obviously, in this perspective, it's not funny, right? At the time, I just think that was probably the most enjoyable part, except finding out that a potential investor was gonna be the former conglomerate owners of Raising Cane's chicken, and I was like, Raising Cane's, the chicken company, like the fried chicken, the tenders. They were gonna invest in, dude. That'd be crazy. I know a lot of people are memeing on the 10-cent thing, but I feel like Raising Cane's is funnier. Margaret, the former community manager Margaret, just replied to me on Twitter/X. She said, "This is crazy. I feel sick." Can you imagine being a former employee and finding out, oh my god, we almost didn't get our payroll, like a lot, like multiple times.
So many times.
I kind of want to run the business like Steven and just see what happens. You know what I mean?
Nope. Mm-mm.
You want to try it? Should we try it? Should we try it, guys?
Nope.
I still couldn't believe Raising Cane's was involved in the next big MMA. I was like, Raising Cane's chicken? I don't even know their slogan. I still don't know their slogan. I didn't even look it up.
I don't know if they really have one. Their mascot.
They don't have one?
Their mascot is a dog.
But fucking KFC has one, right? A finger looking good, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but their mascot is a dog.
I'm gonna look this up actually. Wait, Raising Cane's chicken mascot is a dog?
Yeah.
Chicken
he was
mascot.
a real live dog.
What the fuck? Oh, real life. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he was the
it was a real
owner's
dog. They called him Raising Cane. Huh. Beloved mascot of Raising Cane. Oh, that is sad. 1999 to 2016. Oh, he lived a long ass time. What the fuck? 17 years?
He did. But he
Brother.
remains the mascot today.
Guys. Oh, so he's still, I mean, it's like Ronald McDonald / Burger King if they were real.
Yes.
The Burger King. Burger King.
Right, except that this was a real live dog.
Oh my god. Okay, so what is their slogan? Raising King's Chicken slogan. Chicken fingers? That's their slogan? Oh, one love. Maybe. Dude, what the fuck is going on? One love, one community. Okay, I mean that's not bad. But I still think finger licking is still better. Doggo looks like my middle school Christian movies. But yeah, I let people in the official Discord server know, hey, I mean, if anyone's questions, stop by the stream. Ask Steven's mom for a refund. Okay, I think a crazy claim. I haven't verified this. That Jason made was Steven borrowed $1 million. Sorry, $900,000 from his mom. Then he asked Jason for $1 million loan, and then Steven took $900,000 of that $1 million and gave it to his mom to pay her back. If that's true, that's crazy to me too, you know? I don't think enough people have finished watching the video yet, because people keep mentioning the same thing, but the fact that if the claim is true, Steven would threaten to let the bank know about the Steam funds is crazy. So Steven's resignation was more about him crashing out because the board wanted to use the Steam money for payroll, and him resigning because they wanted to let one employees go. I don't think I mentioned anything about payroll. I think I mentioned that Jason claimed Steven was going to alert Commerce West Bank about that money, which means the bank was going to come for that money if he was not given, I guess, control in terms of, like, I guess, operations and management. But, like, bro, if I'm an investor and we're like 150 million plus in and there's nothing coming out, I would want a board. I think people conflate board with bad. I don't think a board is always bad. If a board is there to make sure there's accountability and shit, whatever, have the board. If the board is there to be as greedy as fucking possible, okay, maybe that's bad. You know what I mean? I think in this case they wanted something like some sort of accountability, maybe, if the claim is true, right? Is Ben back yet, Kaio? Yeah, because his mom would break his legs. What the fuck? Alright, will we get a Netflix documentary of the court case? If there is, let me voice the documentary, bro. I have talked so much into this fucking mic. How many upvotes does that have, Becca, out of curiosity? Hey, Vestrivian, how are you?
Hold on, I'll go back and look.
I mean, if you're a content creator, feel free to react to the video. I don't care. I'm not gonna copyright strike you. I'm not gonna content strike you. Fucking go ahead. You don't even have to watch the video. Just fucking look at the screenshots. Look at the text messages.
He posted this 3 hours ago, and it currently has 19.
19?
Posts. Yeah. I was surprised about that too. Only one comment.
Is he still down here?
This guy's still like this one guy on Reddit that just always stalks me, keeps commenting on me.
He loves
On my comment, he loves me. Should I post? Can you be my Valentine?
telling me about how you want a crazy fan.
A crazy fan. This is not a fan though. What the fuck?
He's obsessing with you, that's for sure.
That's not fan behavior. That's hater behavior, bro. What the?
There's a fine line. What?
All right, Kaya. You did like 300 hours on Steam. Jason redefines angel investor. Yeah, I'd say so. But also, I mean, he did get equity. It's not like there wasn't anything exchanged for it, but I mean, by the end, I mean, in hindsight, yes, there was nothing exchanged for it, but it's not like he was doing for free, right? I mean, there was also interest rate involved on one of the loans. Kiss him on live. Any recommendations for herbal juice? I heard there's a really good company called 310 Nutrition. Oh my god. So Steve was doing all this. What was John doing as CFO? He was a CFO, not a chief operating officer. But John was a CFO, and that may align with some of the claims that Jason's making at this point about how John and Steven embezzled millions of dollars from the investment funds into their own life. Because if the CFO was doing that, I mean, fucking good luck, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it was funny and sad hearing him grovel to Steve. Who's groveling to Steve? Jason? I don't think Jason grovels. Oh no, you mean like begging him for the $300,000 back? I mean, dude, yeah. Shit, if I let somebody 300, here's the thing. He promised him he'd pay him back like ASAP, immediately. Like, you know what I mean? And then he didn't. And then I think he refused to pay him back the $300,000 again because he argued that the balance on the checking account for Intrepid Studios was at $640,000 and payroll was coming up. So if he took the $300,000 out, they might go into the negative. But that's not here's the thing, that's not Jason's issue. That's Steven's issue, right? If you owe somebody a debt, you gotta pay it. They don't give a fuck if you're gonna if you didn't get paid that week or whatever, you know what I mean? You know what I think? You know what's crazy? What's crazy? I genuinely think the game was good. Was looking forward to play on release. I think I had more fun with the ideas of it. Like, rather than the Alpha 2. The Alpha 2 gameplay for me was kind of scuffed. But I could see where the logic or thought was going. And I feel like a lot of the concepts and ideas excited me more at that point, because it's like, oh my god, animal husbandry. Oh my god, housing that is dynamic. You know, all that shit, you know. Raids that are also opening up based on the world progression. But that... yeah, I don't know. The note system, was it possible, or was it more bullshit? I think they were... I mean, it was an early... Oh, thank you so much. It was an early start to it. Oh, what's that?
It's a calzone. It has all the things that
can I show it?
I won't eat.
Can I show it to stream? Do I lift it with my hands and burn myself? Wait, is it even hot? Oh, it's not hot. Look at this, guys. It's a calzone. It's a calzone. It's a very big calzone.
It has onions and mushrooms and sausage and pepperoni and...
Oh, Steve was the one who wrote. Yeah, Classic MMO concept. Nutrition, bringing the nuggets after identities before I don't know. What the fuck? Yeah. Alright. No, it truly was the Ocean Gate Titan submersible of gaming companies, where like the fact that they were missing payroll almost like multiple times, I think that's crazy. I think that's one of the craziest parts to me. Bye Kai, see you in a bit. You're gonna go to Intrepid every other day until I catch someone to speak up. No one's there. So this thing's gonna be in legal limbo. I mean, the line of people who want money back is a long line. So. How do I eat this? Do I just... Oh, you actually went? Hey, Nakanoku. You're welcome. They left some machine in the office. You message me on Discord? Hold on. This is your face on, and you sure you want me to show it on stream, or you just want to watch it? There may be leftover Zango in the fridge. You just want me to watch it, right? Oh, you don't care? I mean, just in case. I'm really cautious about this kind of stuff, bro. So I'm gonna just watch it. I'll listen to the audio, obviously. We'll all listen to the audio.
Alright guys, how's it going? You know, Odin here. So
Okay.
I am at the building
Handsome man.
where Intrepid
I like your
Studios is
shades.
supposedly being held. And I'm gonna show you guys exactly what it looks like from the outside. It seems like they are really completely gone.
Okay.
Building. Okay,
I'll show this part because it's not your face.
I'll show you guys a little bit of how everything works out. As you can see, you know, their lights are all off. Things are completely gone.
I mean, yeah.
So, or if or not, they are still active here. So this is, you know, kind of sad. As that's first floor, that's second floor. If you guys can see second floor, it's completely dark.
Did they even have a
45 out here?
They had a second floor. I mean, they should. They have at least 100 Californians, right?
They left
100 and
maybe that's what happened. Maybe they
130
left
or 110. I forget.
However, I was just talking to a gentleman that works here that said that the space has been basically vacant for a while.
A while?
And, so that you guys kind of have, you know,
a while as in like a week
proof.
or two.
As you guys can see, Suite 200.
Suite 200. Just what is that? Intrepid Studios. Yeah. Okay. Sorry that it's mirroring.
And that's the company. Let me switch the camera off for you. Now it is a closed campus.
Interesting. I mean, it's obvious. I don't know. I don't think there's anyone in
what I've
anymore.
been told. So there is no way to go up there unless you have one of the cards. But according to the people here, Intrepid hasn't been on here for a few weeks now, and we kind of no surprise. But this is their main campus out here in San Diego, California. So, yep, seems that they are basically gone. No more ashes. The second floor right there, you guys can see it's all turned off. All right, guys, how's it going? You know,
Odin chat LML gaming shared this. So I recorded this. I feel like some people will watch this video though and be like, "No, they're still working on the game. They're working remotely or something." I don't know. I don't think it's gonna happen, guys. A lot of people keep asking me, "Do you think there's a chance that someone can pick the game up?" Bro, the legal shit over that, I don't know. Becca, you want to watch the video with me?
Okay.
I can't stream to Discord though, because it kills my fucking CPU while I'm streaming. Sad.
I know.
Do you want to stream it for us?
Excuse me?
Do you want to stream it for us? In Discord?
Into Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Just finished the video. Good shit. What's up, Steve Moon? How are you? Happy? Hey, yeah, wait. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Well, for New Zealand, it's Valentine's Day already, according to Brian. Happy Valentine's Day? Pre-Valentine's Day? Question mark. Hopefully he sees it and watches it. Good job, man. Thanks for doing it. Yeah, we try to take a lot of precautions with the video itself, because YouTube tends to shoot first and ask questions later when someone tries to flag it for bullshit, like privacy violations or content guideline violation, harassment, bullying. Try to really be careful with it. So even if he watches it and says, "Oh my god, I'm gonna report this," because he or someone, I'll just say someone, did it to, I think, a YouTuber called Zyback. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if you guys know him. Zyback TV, his video was taken down. And I think another YouTuber I'm not familiar with, what's his name? Kira TV, yeah. I think both their videos got taken down or something, right? And one of them only got it temporarily taken down. Okay. Let me tune into Becca's stream. Where's my display? Oh God, I hate looking at myself. It's loading, it's buffering on my end. Yeah, I'm ready. Over $105 million of debt. The total amount of investments I'm seeing in these private documents so far is a staggering amount of over $105 million, none of which seems to have come from Stephen Sharif. None of it. That's the crazy part too. I thought he put at least $1 million. You know what I mean? Collapse of Intrepid Studios. I thought he put at least $1 million. Hopeful gamers who believed, but no, it was just loans and investments from other people. Were stranded without any official announcements, as 210 developers and employees were laid off without being paid or compensated. Tens of millions of dollars in funding gone. 10 years of community building and game development vanished in less than 5 minutes on a Saturday right before the month of February. Content creators started abandoning ship, while others lingered in disbelief. Lawyers started, lawyering up as they do for former employees. In these uncertain, dark times, over 200,000 people in the official Ashes Discord server could only look to the dim light of vague Discord messages. I'm gonna be real, this is a crazy video. I know how my wife feels when she's watching Teen Mom. Of the MMO
Is that a show?
Who had said all the right things.
Teen Mom.
Reasonable MMO.
What's it about?
Just Stephen Sharif's first announcement in the Alpha
That's crazy.
chat channel said, "I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company
First smell the
should take
food.
away from me, and the board
Now he's over
began
here.
directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support.
Supreme
Following
Pizza.
my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue warning notices and proceed with a mass layoff.
You try
I
it?
cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can say is that developers and staff acted in good faith and deserved better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I am incredibly dismayed by the situation. This and other follow-up statements conflicted with testimony from former community
Can you pause for a
manager
second?
Margaret
Okay, okay.
Crone, volunteer moderators for Ashes of Creation, and the inked
Sorry.
letters of public court filings.
Yo, what's up, Decimus? I want to ask you something, Becca. Yeah. When he says, I'm dismayed, but, for the employees and shit, and now you know that he missed payroll, or almost missed payrolls, do you think it can be true that he feels bad for the employees?
Considering how many times he begged Jason for money because employees weren't going to get paid. No, no, I don't.
Your mic's not working, by the way. Sorry. I don't know. I mean, this guy worked with them for what? 7 years at least? 6 years? Some of them anyway. So I'm just like, how can you not form a human connection after half a decade? Give that big, white, fluffy dog a treat, you monster. How dare you eat in front of that doggo? Hey, at least I'm not forcing him in the corner and shocking him.
Dog is a fucking.
I give him a lot of table scraps. And Becca's like, no, don't do it. When I grill, I always give him meat. Because I feel like there's something primal and like connecting in the act of cooking at a fire and giving it to your dog. I don't know, something about it just really satisfies my brain. 210 developers and staff, huge office building, years of development. It's a shocker they went belly up and burned $3 million in cash. Yeah, I mean, again, bizarre financial decisions, bizarre business decisions. Resign under protest. Phrase makes me nervous. What do you mean? Do I cook on the open fire much? I have a smoker and I have a grill. And a fire pit.
So in other words, as often as you can.
As often as I can. I've smoked brisket. My brisket smoking needs a lot more improvement. But yeah, all right. So you don't think he feels bad? With hindsight.
At this point, I don't think he feels bad.
Really? You don't think he formed a human connection? Your mic's still not working, but that's okay. I think people would hear you.
I'm gonna leave this.
It's okay.
Go back to just being a viewer.
You gonna resume?
Day after day, unearthed information or things that have been cast aside into the shadows by the massive hype surrounding Ashes of Creation sowed even more confusion amongst those who were trying to figure out what had happened. In this video, we'll attempt to piece most of this disastrous landscape together, parts of which I have been painting into clarity over the course of several videos.
I hate that
With private documentation and over
people
380 pages of text
unearthed
communication
real
between
stuff
Stephen
from a
Sharif
year ago,
and one of the primary
and everyone just dismissed them.
investors,
Or a lot of
Jason
people dismissed them.
Karamanos of Yaya Legacy Trust.
There's like a post from a year ago. video
reached out to me after taking the precaution
that,
of
like,
confirming Jason's identity, as I'd been
looked over
bombarded by
some of
people
a
posing
lot of the
as
loans.
former investors, insiders, or whistleblowers.
I never heard about that shit.
We talked over several
Probably because
days
more people were talking
through
about game.
emails and
Yeah.
video calls discussing his personal and business experiences with Stephen Sharif and Intrepid Studios. Jason agreed to share many
Here's a
uncensored
treat,
things, but out of respect for him and involved parties, I will be censoring sensitive information and omitting items irrelevant to the main topics of this video, namely that of Stephen Sharif allegedly being a lying con man since day one, the allegation that he never once put a single cent of his own money into Ashes of Creation or Intrepid Studios, and how much he may have scammed investors, just as much as he may have scammed his community of
that's early on.
gamers. Jason Karamanis.
I mentioned that
gamer,
Jason claimed that Steven and John embezzled money
primarily with a
for their
company
lifestyle.
called Jeunesse. Jason would contribute heavily to the $10 billion in sales Jeunesse made alongside a figure named Robert Dawson. While Jason acknowledges people may ridicule him for MLMs, it's clear from our conversations he's since branched out into other business ventures such as crypto, foreign investments like the Korean skincare company Liman, gyms, dealerships, and even the devil's lettuce. Unfortunately for him, much of his revenue and even 401k savings would be depleted by the ravenous
pin my
energy
video?
of Intrepid
Oh, wait,
Studios
shit.
for many
Hold on.
years.
Or someone can.
In 2014, Jason would first meet Stephen through Stephen's mother, Sharon Sharif. She would boast to Jason about her son's brilliance at being a professional gambler and gamer. She would claim that Stephen was valued at 20 to 30 million US dollars, a factoid that would carry over in convincing
my channel.
gamers that Stephen was not only the right man for the job, but the man who had enough capital to kickstart his ambitious MMO. Jason said during an interview that Sharon was the Sharif who partook in MLMs and not her son Stephen. However, a quick look through some evidence online suggests that Stephen had assisted Sharon's business, particularly with an MLM company called Zango.
Thanks so much to the Sharif family, to Sharon Sharif, who's one of the top.
Oh, this video was so funny to me.
You don't know who she is. She's on the Forbes
This woman's so funny. I love it.
MLM list, along with her whole family, Tim and Stephen and Mark Sharif. They love to hang out, travel with their family. They
She just kept talking about how much money they had.
Millions of dollars every year.
They could travel anywhere they want. And by the way, if you want to do the same thing as them, sign up for my MLM.
Taught us. Now we're looking for 2 to 3 people this month that we can actually help get started in their business, show them what we've learned, what we've been taught, how to run this business like a business, how to run it in profit, and how to get on the internet, how to make money, and
This is not Sharon Sharif.
be able to start.
This is a woman talking
After
about
spending time with each
her
other
experience
during
with Sharon
lavish
Sharif.
Las Vegas celebrations as high rollers, Stephen and Jason would hit off as good friends, with Stephen slowly introducing the idea of Ashes of Creation in Intrepid Studios over time. In 2015, a mutual associate called Tom A. invested $2 million into Intrepid Studios. Stephen told Jason at this point he himself had put in $2 to $3 million, but it was discovered by Jason later that Stephen had lied about his initial multi-million-dollar investment. As things started taking shape with Intrepid Studios and the website for Ashes of Creation got increased attention, Jason decided to invest further into Stephen and his project.
If you had to brag about your wealth, you probably did not have the wealth.
Jason showed me a staggering.
I found from my life
financial
experience,
sheet of all the contributions
it's like 50-50.
he and other investors had
It's a
made
mixed
since
bag.
2015 to Intrepid Studios, and
Some people really like
Jason
bragging.
himself would eventually invest over $12.5 million.
That doggo is being such a good boy. Just look at
Individuals
him.
like Robert Dawson through entities like Intrepid
He's waiting.
Studios
Very food
would invest
motivated.
tens of millions and more
Yeah,
dollars.
he's very, very food
Other
motivated.
investors such as Karen Borrego are also listed with hefty investments. Karen Borrego in particular has been demonized by much of the internet as the evil board member Karen that made Stephen resign due to a public court document filed in January 2026 unearthed shortly after Intrepid collapsed. The total amount of investments would end in a ghastly amount of over $115 million from Stephen's network of recruited investors and lenders. On one accounting sheet Jason shared with me, he showed a total of
$831.54. But this
I love how they
investor
count.
total
I love how they
does
count the
not
cents.
include the additional loan from Commerce West Bank, which would bump
Like that
up
54
to
cents is gonna make a
how
difference.
Burr is like
15 million.
photobombing you,
Now,
watching
keep in mind,
aggressively
records
as you
we
eat.
now have access to on the investor side. I shudder in horror at what other loans Stephen could have taken out that even the
He's protecting
investors
me.
may not know about, which may add to the future amount of
No, he is not.
He's guarding me.
This
From
$100+
danger.
million
He's guarding your
point
calzone.
results the recent approximate estimations put forth by some pundits on the internet of how much
I gave him a treat,
Studios could
Brian.
have raised and spent. In the accounting data that I had access to, I could not locate a single dollar from Stephen Sharif. Many in the MMO community are still defending Stephen, saying that Ashes of Creation could not have possibly been a scam. People insist the enigmatic founder had spent his life savings or an inexorable amount of wealth
Dude, there's
on his
like
life project
nothing
before
from him.
being unable to sustain
He's got
it,
4.8%
thereby
fucking
making
equity.
him incompetent as well. But the numbers and desperate text messages will soon
Oh my
read
God.
together tell a more complete truth.
Does anyone
Jason
know if the
claims
Ashes
that
server is still up?
Stephen
I think they
never
are.
had anything to leverage. Not really, in terms of own
That's so
assets.
funny.
Have you been banned already?
Stephen and his husband
From the Discord?
John,
No.
they have never filed proper tax returns.
I
in
bet
addition to
you-
possibly
I bet you
embezzling over
like $100 that this motherfucker has fled the country.
Investments into Intrepid Studios.
Oh, don't I owe you money
their own lifestyle, such
for the
as
electric bill?
procuring their mansion. Jason
Yeah,
also
I don't
claims
consider
that
I don't remember
if I sent it or
are
not.
Insane pathological narcissists who convinced people they were ballers with mega millions in the bank. Jason
You
also
didn't, but
claims
that- it's fine.
Stephen
It's-
borrowed over
I mean, all the
$1
money
million
is shared
on one
anyway.
loan from Jason and paid his
Let's
mother
play
back a
Ashes
loan of
after this.
$900,000, which he was
That guy's
infuriated
scamming.
by.
Oh my God.
Financial documents I will be shown included a promissory note from June 2018.
I just
that was
forgot. I'm not trying to
in
scam
public
anybody.
Record showing $2 million transacted from Jason to Stephen, accompanied by wired receipts of millions of dollars. On top of this, I examined yet another promissory note of pledge and security from March 2019. Perhaps most damning of all, I read through a line of credit convertible promissory note dated from 2017 for another $2 million in which Stephen agreed to dilute his ownership down by
Got a piece of ham.
50%
All right,
if he
sit.
defaulted on that loan from Jason. Part of this agreement reads, if the monies advanced by holder here under are not fully repaid by the maturity
So how much
date,
did Stephen spend of his own money?
any and all applicable
According to
interest,
the investors'
additional
accounts,
15% ownership
nothing.
equity stake in the company with equivalent share ownership in common stock shall be immediately transferred to holder at that time. Additionally, in the event any additional class of stock is created or any additional stock benefits are added, holders' rights with regards to such stock shall be pari passu with the rights of Stephen Sharif, such that by way of example, if Sharif is issued an additional class of stock, such as preferred stock, holder shall also be issued the same class of stock and pro rata number of shares for such stock. This, if you're looking at it from a founder perspective, is kind of insane. Unfortunately for Stephen, he did default on that loan. He's apparently
That is
never
insane. You're gonna
had
dilute your
100%
shares by
ownership of
15%?
Intrepid Studios, a secret
That's-
unknown seemingly to even his closest co-workers such as Margaret Crone and other developers that he would recruit in the coming years for the development
his
of
friend's
Ashes.
money is his.
Of course, all
Oh my
these
God.
findings allege that Stephen Sharif was not only lying about the financial state of Ashes of Creation and his company, but also lying to public investors, gamers, and others in the industry over and over. For example, in 2022 on the subreddit for Ashes, Stephen posted that we aren't governed by greedy corporate overlords. I'm funding the project, so no investors or a board to answer to, no publishers to appease. Such claims would circulate from Stephen, eventually those loyal to him, who insisted that he was a multimillionaire. He had a mansion in California, for crying out loud, from which he did many live streams from. How could it be possible that he doesn't
reminds
have
me of
money
Tay Lopez.
to fund this MMO? Jason detailed
The
how
move
he
of,
later
like-
sued Intrepid Studios, grew
He didn't rent the mansion, he bought it.
for the financial books,
But still,
and
like,
records that
showcasing
Stephen Sharif would
visible
constantly
wealth
prevent
behind
Jason
you
from accessing. Even
to
though it was Jason's
let people know
legal
you
right
have
as an
wealth. Does that make
investor,
sense?
Shareholder and essentially a business partner to view those records. There will be conversations
Knowledge.
later in this video showing the
You know what I value more than this Ferrari behind me?
and about financial
These bookshelves in the
records,
garage.
which hints at not only corporate
Knowledge.
mismanagement, inability to manage a business, or laziness, but a possible malicious intent to keep a train out of fuel, running towards the edge of a cliff. Jason's recounting of this lawsuit aligns with what many have seen from the public record of Yaya Legacy suing Intrepid Studios for books and records that we had covered in the previous video that said the lawsuit was for a writ of mandate to view said documents. On a side note, having learned of pending lawsuits, including one that Jason intends to file against Steven.
I'm getting a reputation for faking my voice.
Jason if he was a litigious
I don't get it. I haven't made a video showing proof.
As I had researched his many legal disputes prior.
I like how there was one comment who was like, if you have to provide proof, then it's obvious you really are faking it.
The legal cases.
You're right. I lied in my voice acting auditions. I lied in all the projects that I was hired or invited for.
Is gushing over the apparent beginning of Ashes of Creation.
So funny.
Touting it as the next billion-dollar game. Bragging about how the project already had 24,000 members with a hopeful subscription model of a modest $15 per month that would garner over 2 million players after a launch that would never come. In one text message exchange, Steven asks, "What do you think?" My mom says get investors. I think I should just fund it myself.
My mom says get investors, brother.
Kickstarter.
The music reminds me of Zelda, like old school original Zelda.
Steven very briefly talked about the idea of Intrepid Studios. Jason, during the 2015 to 2016 period, was more acting as a mentor.
You lied on all the Twitch streams that you appeared on that weren't even yours. You made them use your voice modulator. I don't even know how voice modulators work. Do you even need? Do you need to be the streamer?
Would be the next World of Warcraft.
Is it like a hardware thing with the? What is that fucking voice effect shit?
In the beginning of
XLR, whatever.
Steven started sharing.
I don't know. I was gonna get it actually, like years ago, but I went with the Elgato Wave XLR.
Interested in making money through investing in the project.
Well, it turns out it's a really good
space, at least.
thing you did.
Perhaps like the crypto industry, Jason figured he could do some research.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, I bring that up. And there's so many videos of me in real life.
As you will see from
going to TwitchCon and
Steven will display
traveling and hiking and shit like that.
Bombing and emotional manipulation, which would successfully help him cajole Jason.
Yeah, the love bombing was crazy
cash for a project
to me.
It's really like
seemed to get any bad news on its public front. In February 2017, Steven cemented.
Maybe it's because I'm looking at it from an outside view. That's very obvious what it is, but like, what if someone did that to me? You know, I mean, like,
for the 2017 game development.
I would feel really uncomfortable if somebody did that to me.
Electronic Arts,
really?
Tencent, and NC.
Yeah.
While also giving a 15-minute lecture. I could not independently verify at all if Steven Sharif was even telling the truth about being invited to give a 15-minute speech or lecture at the Game Developers Conference in 2017, anywhere between February 28th to March 3rd. Checking the GDC Vault and session list for 2017 showed no sessions for Steven Sharif or Ashes of Creation. The only notable MMO-related talks given that year were by veteran developers from Blizzard and Studio Wildcard, with a presentation on Transformice by Melanie Kristen. So it is more than likely that Steven lied about giving that 15-minute talk. As far as I recall and subsequently re-looked up,
it was masterful because Jason got hooked early and then had sunk cost fallacy.
By Steven
turned him into an MMO player, bro. Steven turned Jason into an MMO player. He turned all the investors into MMO players, essentially, right?
Formal appearance at the GDC in March 2018 the following year. So, fast forward to 2018. Good news would keep flowing from Steven's fingertips, with him somehow projecting over $35 million in 2018 for Ashes of Creation, and saying that Tencent and Mail.ru were potentially interested in a licensing agreement. In February 2018, Steven told Jason they could be signing a licensing and maintenance deal with Tencent, even detailing that he'd be doing a photo op for a marketing event after signing this massive deal. Jason was of course enamored because it's Tencent, goddammit.
Just imagine you're an investor, gaming industry is new to you. You Google Tencent. Hell yeah, brother, Tencent. You know what I mean?
Of a higher return on initial investments if he held on a little bit longer, as Steven knows.
It's like
Tencent
someone not familiar at all with Microsoft
$4 million
or the tech industry, and you ask them to Google Microsoft and look at their fucking, you know what I mean? Like, it's, oh shit, yeah, hell yeah.
So he lets Steven actually take the reins on this matter, telling him he's open to what Steven feels is best.
This was
for
Jason's
Jason.
first mistake.
Steven goes ahead and says outright that
Don't
he
let someone
preferred
else
Jason not
determine
sell
your
his convertible note to
what happens with
Tencent
your
and start
shares, what
juicing up
your-
the business concept of Ashes of Creation.
your
remarking that
loan.
around 2 million
Your convertible loan.
will participate in the launch of Ashes of Creation, which could translate to $40 million a month in subscription.
2 million
Steven
players.
offhandedly
I don't know where you got that
mentions
number
other titles
from.
or projects
I don't
that could
know.
serve as great money makers, such
I
as
think this is
potential
juicing up
Hollywood
investors, bro,
rights,
you know, and convincing
which
people.
unsurprisingly
This is
gets
his pitch
brought up
deck.
a couple more times.
Big ass
This
numbers.
idea makes sense as merchandise sales or even TV show rights may pull in more revenue than the primary IP medium itself. Discussions surrounding dilution concerns and equity occasionally pop up throughout the conversations between Steven and Jason early on, which again speak to the fact that Intrepid Studios did indeed have outside investors. 1 month later in April, Steven hit a high, proclaiming in text messages that Microsoft would be sending a 20-person team in May 2018 to check out Intrepid Studios and Ashes to offer a buyout or a publishing agreement. Steven, for some reason, floats the idea of purchasing Daybreak Gaming Company, formerly Sony Online Entertainment, another game dev company located near Intrepid in San Diego. Of course, Steven wasn't the one to acquire Daybreak, it would be EG7. This mention of Daybreak
The
is
Swedish
important
acquired
because the
Daybreak.
timelines now merge on when Steven would recruit Jeffrey Bard, Mario Crone, and other senior developers as they jumped ship from Daybreak. In May 2018, Steven would start mentioning Fortnite's astronomical revenue sporadically, assuring Jason that our Fortnite would be launching
Our
3 months
Fortnite.
after he sent this text. He continues to emphasize that he's in it for the
Let's make a
legacy of this
Fortnite, guys.
active empire building an impactful multiplayer game that will make him and other investors like Jason billionaires. And in response to the buttering up of Ashes and Intrepid, Jason became Steven's hype man, encouraging him at every turn possible, because who wouldn't want to become a billionaire? And indeed, Jason became the greatest hype man possible, sending text messages like, I actually
Oh my
don't
God.
see you selling out completely ever. I just don't get that feeling anymore.
It's me and Brian,
I
bro.
believe
Brian, are you
took
there? It's-
all
this is
the
me and
learned
Brian.
knowledge from your mom, watching her for the last
It's me and
20
Brian.
years,
Who's the one
taking
begging
care of
for
your
money and
boys,
who's
as
the
a
one
strong woman,
endlessly
and
giving
then manifested your reality
it?
around that knowledge. That you could achieve
No,
anything
no,
you dreamed
like-
of. I
like
believe
the-
in my
like
heart
the-
when your dream
the
fantasy
feeding
It was a
of
joke.
each other's
My
egos.
God, stop taking it so seriously.
But
build one of the largest
Brian's
gaming
more
tech
of a
studio companies
deflate
in
my
the
ego
world,
guy.
and gambling was keeping
Well,
you
I
from your
inflate him,
potential. And
you know?
Steven would reply, my mom is
He's like,
a
oh,
really
no,
strong
that won't
person,
work.
taught
It's a
me a lot.
scheduler.
I learned a lot from her, for sure. And she always
I'm just
spoke
like,
so
no,
highly
no,
of you, which is why I felt your knowledge and passion would be an asset to have for the empire I am building. In response to Steven casually texting him for a 60-day $2 million loan, Jason immediately wired the requested amount the same day that afternoon. At this
A
point, in
YouTube
the
comment
timeline, Jason
Becca
starts
sent me
quoting
says,
Steven
holy
on
shit,
future
this
matters,
guy's
seeing as
voice.
he is an Intrepid
Why do you
Studios
look like a
investor,
bunny,
and
but sound like a
perhaps Steven
lion?
be open to suggestions on
What do
things
I look like a
payment
rabbit?
processors and methods.
Look like a little
Jason
rabbit.
No, not a rabbit, a bunny.
taking crypto on
Same
Ashes
thing.
or any of your games.
Rabbit, bunny,
Find a group that can help take crypto.
hair.
No, when somebody says bunny, it's something cute and fluffy.
Or you could hold
Is it?
crypto on the books. Steven replies,
Do we
"It's
know what was
something
Steven's
we will
final
surely
ownership
consider
percentage?
as part of our
Four
payment methods."
4 point something
4
percent.
months later, in January 2019,
According to one of the
Steven again bombards Jason with more good
things
news
I
from
saw.
Intrepid. He shows more metrics and claims 58,000 players from a beta test weekend. While the numbers and earnings may look weak at first glance, Steven assures Jason that what they should really be looking at is the current and potential amount
So,
of
I look
money
like a
each of
bunny.
those 58,000 players could shell out. Steven again links an article about Fortnite, arguing that Intrepid's monetization per player is performing close to Fortnite's metrics. Now, if you're wondering why Steven seems specifically obsessed with Fortnite so early on in Ashes of Creation development, keep that question in mind because that is going to be really important in a few minutes here. The day after, Steven brings up a previous conversation about looking for anyone who's interested in providing liquid capital for financing Intrepid Studios, as it's clear at this point Jason is more well-connected than Steven is in terms of networking and knowing potential venture capitalists. Steven mentions mail.ru again and says that he'll be meeting with investment teams from Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and Epic Games at the 2019 Design, Innovate, Communicate, Entertain Convention in
Nice.
Las Vegas. Now, unlike more public-facing conventions such as PAX or Gamescom, DICE is more for business-to-business networking.
10.4
Perhaps such
payback.
meetings Steven described in his text did indeed occur there, but I cannot confirm. Weeks later, in February,
Yeah, I couldn't find any mention of him at
Jason again
DICE
probed Steven on
2019.
business, saying that Steven taking $50 million
So, I mean,
for $500 million.
maybe someone who's
value
actually a
and
fucking
temporary
investigative
market
journalist
is a
could do
great
it.
deal.
But, you know, they laid
But
them
again,
all
let
off at
Steven
the Washington
take the
Post.
reins on this one. A day later, Steven talks about the February
You know?
2019 layoffs at Activision Blizzard when
don't know.
CEO Bobby Kotick admitted that while 2018 was a record
Dude, fucking fuck Bobby Kotick, bro. Do you see that shit about him in the Epstein files?
And that the company needed to lay off.
Epstein may have had a hand in
employees.
microtransactions,
This
or like the
occurred
expansion of
shortly after
microtransactions,
parting
bro.
ways with Activision. In the very brief discussion, Steven and Jason agreed that they should pick up the veteran developers that were laid off. While at this point we may be lulled into this.
Any mention of the amount of PPP loans he took out to pay for this game? I'm sure it's there somewhere.
When 3 days later, Steven,
What happened between
aka
2021 and
MLM,
2026?
offers 3 different
Well,
levels of loans to Jason. The deal is very simple.
Other
Jason
investors kept
lends
funding it.
Steven more money
System pulls
for
up.
more equity. Potential options for 12-month loan with 30%
Yeah, COD
interest
points,
rate
bro.
available for Jason. $3 million additional loan.
Look, he's giving loan
$3
option tiers like a bank to Jason. Hey, if you give me 10 million for the super special Steven tier loan.
A $6 million additional loan.
3.6 million interest convertible, or 4.6% equity.
$10 million additional loan. You get an interest convertible of $3.6 million or 4.6% equity.
Why did he pull back lawsuit originally? Because he finally got access, I believe, right? Because the whole thing was for a writ of mandate
to equity at the end of the 12 months
to access financial records. Because he's an investor and he's trying to take a look. Because Steven kept stonewalling him apparently.
Of the company. Steven continues discussing the MMO and the gaming.
Steven also
industry at a rather
really
shallow
like asked
surface level
him
with his
to really
investor,
not like
noting
sue him.
that ArenaNet laid off about 100 to 400 employees, which followed the Activision Blizzard layoffs.
Because he just kept telling him, hey, if you sue me, this will look bad for the company, and that means we might lose customers, which means your investment will get affected. Essentially holding him hostage, right? Or his money hostage.
Not having a product to launch at all, to take a slice of said $20 billion. For context, this optimistic, naive take is about 2 years before New World, another MMO, released. And even then, in 2021, Ashes of Creation was nowhere near completion, and anything about Ashes was purely theoretical on paper or in the logging videos of the Lazy Peon and other MMO players, such as myself, waiting for a savior to take us away from the pay-to-win, the pay-for-conveniency, and shitification of MMOs, one could say. In March 2019, Steven again mentions another Battle Royale game. This time it's Apex Legends, which had just released a month prior to resounding success. Again, the biggest difference between Ashes and Apex Legends is ignored here, in the fact that Ashes doesn't exist yet in the public form. But, and this is very important, Steven mentions Ashes of Creation Apocalypse right here. Remember how he talked about Fortnite? That's right.
This was Turtle's suggestion. Put a recap every 20-25 minutes. Because it is a lot of information.
Was that Ash's Battle Royale game all about?
It is, and I did see that suggestion. I thought it was a good idea.
I tried putting a voice, but this was after all of it was already done. So I was like, I'll just do text.
The actual MMO along. But based on what we're seeing here, I think it's more than fair to assume that Steven saw how much money.
Can that be grounds for suing for fraud? It could be, if Steven's saying that to avoid a suit. There's a lot of things here that are really legally gray or leading towards, illegal or violation at the very least.
After all, many tech startup founders, YouTubers, or other creatives may need to make a hard decision at some point in their journey to perhaps.
Yeah, what's up, Seth Near? How are you? I still can't believe he wanted to be Chris Hemsworth, bro. You guys don't look the same.
Started out as
you know what I mean? I was reading through all this, and I was like,
success after pivoting.
I mean, okay, like, can you pause for a second?
YouTube started out as a dating video-based site.
Like, because I'm not ridiculing them for the movie ideas or anything. I mean, because it makes sense. You know what I mean? I mean, WoW has a movie, right? And you can make a lot more money with merchandise, movies, TV show rights, whatever, fucking anime. I don't fucking know, plushies, than the MMO itself. But I just was like, what is this? Why are you saying Chris Hemsworth should be playing you? I could not tell if it was like a joking thing or a serious thing, or if it was just a way for him to like, kind of loosen up Jason in 2020 and get Jason to
have fun with him. I don't know. I couldn't tell. But yeah, we can resume. Sorry.
Shopify was a snowboard shop, so perhaps Steven here was making a pivot. But whether it was
because it's hard to get emotion over text unless you're Jason. I mean, Jason is just either really happy or really angry.
Not last, and the train to the edge of that cliff continued running. Jason cuts through Steven's optimism here and brings up something that even the Joker wouldn't mess with. Yeah, the IRS.
The IRS, man.
Make sure to file 2018 taxes. A month later, in
Stephen Sheriff for the anime.
Another $500,000.
All right, so these are receipts for $2 million.
Another $2 million
and
is wired
a lot of money.
to Stephen. Jason also writes
Real
three
checks,
separate checks for
real
Intrepid
receipts,
Studios
real
Incorporated
transaction
for the amounts of
records
$8,450
as well alongside this.
$42,000. And all of this money is sent after Stephen sends pictures of himself posing for the camera in April with people from the Chinese company.
These are private pictures, by the way. These are not on the internet because the deal was never public.
Market. It's mentioned several times
So
in text messages that
that's, you know,
Sky
hence why
made a deal
censored
with
their
Intrepid
faces.
Studios, which is backed by photos sent by Stephen Sharif, although this deal would end in a bit of a disaster later on. Finally, on June 27, 2019, iDream Sky or IDS signs a contract with Intrepid Studios promising $60 million US dollars.
60 million, bro. With a 35% revenue share. Oh my God.
Again, this runs contrary to public claims from Stephen Sharif of any outside investors or publishers, and that the game and studio were going to keep going because he was funding it and that everything was fully funded. In August 2019, Ashes of Creation Apocalypse Battle Royale released to testers, and Steven shared footage of the gameplay with his investor, Jason. In response to watching the footage, Jason replies, "Looks awesome. Game of Thrones meets Hobbit, meets Lord of the Ring, meets Jurassic Park." Not
Fairly
bad,
accurate
bro.
description for someone who doesn't play
I am
games,
excited
actually.
about
Game of
the
Thrones,
movie
Hobbit,
rights.
Lord,
Steve says,
Lodor,
LOL as
Jurassic.
well. Me too. And that
I'd say so.
excited.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fairly accurate assessment on Jason's part.
Hopefully. Almost a year later, Stephen Sharif would comment on the movie thing again, saying, "I want Chris Hemsworth to play my role in the Intrepid movie. Start thinking of your casting options, Jason." However, the same month, just a day after the Tuesday 12 Ashes Apocalypse,
Do you cringe a little
reaches
bit?
out to Jason specifically for more money to sustain the launch. Replying to Steven, Jason says person B can't meet this week, said maybe next week, and he isn't sure. if he
Yo,
wants
what's
to
up,
do it and
Edelenberg?
risk
How are
the
you?
money.
What do you think about the video?
I explained, there is no risk. Honestly, bro, I would ask your mom first. She has your back.
Ask your mom.
Maybe I should ask her for
Bro.
you. But I know you.
Oh my
So
God.
again, ask her. Steven replies and says, "Lol, no, do not ask her for me." Continues to say, "All right, well, let me know if Mr. T is interested. Also, if you are able to swing $500,000, I could
Just
do
a-
the
just a
other
casual $500,000. That's whatever.
And because it would be paid back
It's easy.
by September 17th,
Yeah,
I'd be down to
just
do
a
the
just a little bit.
on it by September 17th, with penalty of 1%
Oh my God.
per month late. No
What's half a
possible
mil
late
between
money.
friends, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
I
honestly.
can't do it until I free up
It's just half a
capital.
mil, bro.
Don't be a pussy.
Just-
and
just-
just be real with
Don't
your
be a
mom.
pussy.
I know it stresses you a lot.
I laughed,
but
like,
honestly,
so
honestly,
Becca can tell because she was
Jason
watching me record
committed
this.
to it,
I
but
could
he
not keep a
thought
straight
low
face for this
dollars
one.
Cannabis deal would be
Like
paid
2
back
times in a
right
row.
now. Stephen replied, "Can't risk worrying her.
I was working and he,
Don't tell her
listening to
anymore. I'll
him,
try to figure it out."
you work on the
Jason,
recording and he would
"Please,
just start
bro, I'm
laughing.
just tapped. Could you figure out some cash in my safe way?
There's
to
some
make
funny
this
things
work?"
being said, honestly. Like, if you look at this from the
Only
more
reason I am even asking
objective
is
point of
because
view,
the
you know.
launch we're about to have, and these opportunities came
Yeah.
at the last minute. I understand if you're tapped. I just wanted to give you the option if you were able. Even though Jason had repeatedly refused to give Steven,
He does not take no for an answer, though, about the loan.
insisting that he could ask no one else, even his own mother, for the same amount of money needed to keep Intrepid and Ashes Apocalypse.
Napkus
To give some
Yo.
context to
is
Nightshade,
a
Bane?
liar,
he's talking about
a
the
bully,
expenses
Intro
needed
so
to get
broken.
a
and
booth
he's
for Twitch Con to
toxic.
promote Ashes and
Thanks for
Creation.
25 months of your support.
Contractual agreement with TV
Who's Mr. T? Another investor.
and promote Ashes, and a booth or emphasize presence with PAX West potentially.
I think the only
What
people
is
we did
interesting
not
are the expenses
want to
requested here.
share in terms of their personal info, even their names, was
for doing business with Team
Robert
Liquid,
Dawson,
$125,000 for a PAX.
Karen Borrego, because these are both very public.
Which is the
Jason, he's a source.
for a PAX sponsorship. What's even more bizarre is Steven randomly
and his mom.
calculating the ROIs or return on investment.
There shouldn't be anyone
for
else.
each of the
That's
three
like
things he's requesting funding for. In terms
on
of
my end,
gaining
anyway.
eyes or a part of the market's attention, one could
Mr.
argue
T is
that he was
Trump.
going for a marketing approach here, but I've also talked
Oh
to
my
vendors
God.
myself who have bought spaces and booth spots at Twitch cons, and quite a few of them have stated that's more of a loss than anything, and it's expense that they take a hit to for marketing. So I don't see how Steven is calculating a 10 to 30 time ROI on a TwitchCon space or even his PAX sponsorship. Definitely, no disrespect, don't see it for paying Team Liquid's limit to play Ashes either. As for playing Team Liquid to play his game, sure, one could argue for it, but any head of growth or marketing out there is probably cringing at $300,000, which could have been spent to a greater effect for the same or more amount of attention. The $125,000 for PAX is also debatable, since you could just be
Who's Jason? He's an Intrepid Studios investor. Robert, also Intrepid Studios investor. Because Steven convinced them. Done.
An exhibitor for a sponsorship, which should have let them put the Ashes of Creation logo on everyone's badge lanyards, but 2019's PAX East lanyards in Boston only had Final Fantasy XIV logos and Magic the Gathering Arena featuring Omen by HP logos. For PAX West in Seattle, the 2019 lanyards had Final Fantasy XIV or Xbox markings, nor did Intrepid Studios or Ashes of Creation have a logo or
Because
presence
this was
on
awkward
the
in my, because I'm very
official
familiar with
as an
PAX. I'm just
official
like,
sponsor.
he
There were
bought
no
a sponsorship,
banners everywhere
but there was no
except directly
sponsorship.
above the
So
rented booth space as confirmed by
it comes up
pictures,
later,
and they
because it's like,
definitely
it turns
had
out he
no
did not pay for the
official
sponsorship.
merchandise or inserts
Just to
in
clarify that,
PAX
because some people were
PAX
confused.
West. Swag bags, the only distributed items, were at their booth. Lastly, while they did feature Ashes of Creation
Thanks,
Apocalypse in
Lillenberg.
a theater
Appreciate it.
space and had demo stations, those are generally paid.
Yeah, it was all
spots and
investors
not
as far
exclusive
as
part
I'm
of the
aware.
PAX sponsorship tier. So while I was reading
It's the
these text
information
messages,
I had
all
access
this
to.
called into question
Jason is
whether
offering
Steven
more
did
information and
need
more
that
documents.
$125,000, or if
He actually
didn't
wanted to
spend
talk to me
that
later
much at
tonight
all. Steven is insistent on Jason providing more cash
about,
sums, even though Jason is still refusing and
if he wants to do
asking
another
Steven to
video.
ask his mother.
He said he wants to do
Another
another video. I'm like,
video.
all right, I
Steven
mean,
kept poking the bear.
if there's
saying,
more new information, sure, we can do
you
it,
Do a
but
26-day loan, even following up with a check on the equity.
yeah, no, Steven was
Jason now
completely
owns
like,
of Intrepid,
he was
putting it
trying
at
to
a
sell equity of Intrepid
12.4%
Studios to
share.
companies.
Steven is desperate
right?
here, and even
He brought up
offers to bump
Tencent,
to 12.4%
Microsoft,
equity for Jason.
I Dream of Sky.
13%
I mean,
as interest, and promises
you'll
to
see
pay
later
back
that he doesn't give a
principal
shit
amounts in
who it is,
26
as long as they
days.
give him
This
money.
should
You'll
have been
see.
a major red flag when Steven kept refusing to ask other people for loans, including his newfound partners at I Dream Sky, who have allegedly promised
he's not a gamer. He's like
dollars in funding,
in
saying
his
he's concerned for some reason
late,
to ask the Chinese.
like,
In a
50s.
follow-up conversation 3 hours later,
He
that
doesn't
same
have
day,
Discord,
Steven
but I was
reports
talking to him
that
earlier, like,
he
maybe we can
took
set you up
the
with Discord or
offer,
something.
and TwitchCon and PAX for some
So,
reason declined
I don't know.
Steven's patronage or bid.
But we
which
have each
allegedly
other's,
lowered
like,
the
phone
total
numbers.
combined cost for PAX and TwitchCon to $245,000. This also explains why Intrepid Studios was not present as a PAX sponsor in 2019, as I had brought up earlier. Now, Steven only needs Jason to lend him $300,000, since Steven will cover the $245,000. Steven again asks for a 30-day short-term loan with a hysterical 20%
Can you share
interest
this?
rate,
Yeah, you share the
and
video.
bumping up to
What?
12.4%
You can
every
have,
share
you
Jason
can,
has at 13%.
if a content creator
If
asks,
you are someone with
let them
any
react to
kind
it.
of
Let them
business
not even watch it.
experience,
Just
you understand
skim
that
through the
this
video just for the
offer is in
screenshots.
loan shark territory.
Feel free to share it on
Steven is
Reddit.
so
Feel free to share it on your
desperate for
Discord. I don't
money,
know.
he's willing
Feel
to
share it
parcel
with
out more
other
of his
Ashes
company
players.
while taking an incredibly questionable interest rate on a 30-day loan. In response,
Hey, what's up,
Jason
Everlong Gaming? How are you?
relents and says he may be able to cover $300,000 and asks Steven if he can take cash. Steven then love bombs Jason for the umpteenth time and says, "Yes, we could do that, I think. You are
How the
a
fuck did
god,
Jason
my
keep-
brother.
Oh, here's the
I'll
love
never
bombing.
let you down."
You are a
Jason
god, my
replies,
brother.
"You could have just asked your mom."
And
Jeez.
Jason gets flattered.
Bombing
Jason gets flattered and says, you could have just
LOL,
asked your
brother.
mom.
I will
Jeez.
always be in your debt, but I love you.
It makes me cringe
Really?
on
The love
Jason's
bombing?
behalf.
The object
Yeah.
of all my
Yeah.
adoration and respect. I am working my ass off
For you.
I appreciate it, my friend. This is extremely
Ugh,
helpful for
I
launch
just-
plans. You have no idea, smiley face. By the way, cash is also fine. We can do either or We are juggling
By the way, Cash is fun, but
Thanks, brother. 1 month later, Steven gets a call from Jason, but doesn't answer, saying Intrepid Studios has just launched Ashes of Creation Apocalypse and is extremely busy, while also saying something rather concerning about iDream Sky not giving up money for at least another week until October 3rd. But in a recurring pattern, bad news from Steven must also come with a good, tee-hee, good news. iDream Sky asked to extend the payment to October 3rd, Steven says. So we said that's fine. Fucking Chinese. How is Singapore? Launch is going very well. We are currently #1 on Steam. On October 3rd, Steven says that he has been busy with streamers on their show. After Steven gets off the podcast, he relays the worst news an investor can get. The Chinese are defaulting. In response, Jason says, please, I do need my cash and can't go any longer. I apologize, but I need my money, as I said to you before. I sincerely apologize, bro, but I explained to you my cash position and I am tight and using my savings, and I said I need the money. I am so very sorry these guys fucked you. I can't tell Mr. T. He'll come on
fucking Chinese.
expecting his money by end of the month.
I love this. This is the best part for me too.
I am ball deep
China
in funding your company. But I told you before,
the worst news an investor can get.
Stop saying it
The
like
Chinese
that.
are default.
This really fucking sucks.
Yeah, this is where things get rough, man. The schism, the
Because
rift.
At this point in their personal and business relationships, a schism forms between Steven and Jason. Jason starts off saying, yeah, bro, this is not good at all. I think you need to go out and dilute yourself and raise some more money because this non-payment from iDream Sky will kill us. Steven replies, I agree. I already sent our advisors an email last night with our earning and sales data and game metrics to reach out to the big boys at EA, Activision, Amazon, Google, and Epic, and some tech funds. He told me he will have calls lined up this week for me. Are there any friends or funds you know that may be interested if we did a quick raise? Loan, equity, convertible, whatever at this point. Mom and I are chatting at 7 p.m. She is with person A right now. Steven continues to say, this fiasco with Dream Sky has put us in a bad spot. I am discussing long-term investment round with Amazon, Kakao, Epic, and a couple tech funds this week that our advisors and H have lined up. And I'm getting on a call with EA in about 5 minutes. Those, however, would be solutions that are a minimum of 60 to 90 days away. We need a short-term lender or small equity investor in the realm of $2 to $3 million. Any luck on the calls you're making? Anyone you know that can come through? I'll be off calls and meetings at about 6:30 p.m. Jason then says, I am not in a position at the moment, bro, and I need my money back as I lent it to you on an emergency. Now I'm in a fucked position. I apologize, bro, but I am not in a good spot, and I need you to go to your mom or anyone else and get the money as I have obligations. I am seriously so fucking bummed out right now, and God forbid Mr. T finds out, he would lose his fucking mind. An hour and a half later, Jason would text Steven, Steven, are you paying me today? Almost 3 hours later, Jason again says, bro, I need some answers. This is not cool. A couple of days after, Steven says,
like the part where Steven said they had Amazon engineers. There was one Amazon engineer.
I don't know, man. In a bad spot, Google and Amazon got back, and Anderson Horowitz, a fund up in Menlo Park, all interested in discussing.
Do you guys really think it's not easy detecting the manipulation when you're the target?
Is on the 15th.
Because I see a lot of people mentioning it in the chat.
Jason then says,
about the love bombing and the emotional manipulation.
I need to pay my bills too.
I think that that's a
honestly, this is
very common thing, is to not be able to recognize it when you're the recipient of it in the moment.
I see.
Board. Be prepared. You have totally fucked up and fucked me. So I apologize. This is no longer Jason.
This is no longer Jason, your buddy.
Being serious. I have to.
The music for this part is gold.
Against it,
I liked it. I think it was enough tension.
And I, at the moment, because I gave you $5 million,
but not loud.
I also
but not
$5 million.
You know what I mean? Like not overbearing.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have the money I gave you anyway. It's neither here nor there. I am just as fucked as you. In response, Steven says, I understand. I know the spot you're in. I'm in the same spot, and I feel terrible.
Oh, this is another love bombing episode. You're my friend.
I know this project will be insanely successful.
And juicing it up.
I cannot say how fucking angry I am at the Chinese fucks.
China?
Had I known, I would have prepared to do an investment round and easily cover our asses. Is there anyone who can cover a loan of $2 million to us for 90 days?
Anyone who can give us $2 million real quick?
Series done in that time and probably raise around 30 to 40 million and give up a chunk
chunk of equity. If we miss payroll next week, that becomes impossible though, and then we are really up shit creek without a paddle, sad face. I can't sleep because I feel so terrible that we are in this
The
spot.
sad
I'm
face
sorry, man.
fucking
I
don't understand why he kept
sends
sending
me.
sad
Sorry
faces
we
back.
Hit this bad spot. There's no doubt that we can do a successful round within 90 days.
It's a form of manipulation.
$2 million to cover that time. I don't know how or from where. In the next set of text messages, panicked realization sets in as the understanding of the collapse of the deal between iDream Sky and Intrepid becomes clearer. Jason starts crashing out, understandably so here. I don't have anyone, bro. You're on your own in that. So if you come to me to borrow money, I'm taking the equal share of equity.
Someone
bro.
ping
That's it.
me
I
in
am
the
done.
Ashes
Sorry,
Discord
but I
server.
need my $300,000.
Where the money? I'm like, how do I know?
Because I didn't have it.
Neither, bro. What do you mean? They're like acting like I have the money. I don't have the money. Brother, I would not be streaming right now, right?
Hey, brother.
I'd be out there going to fucking, I don't know, dude, like the fucking
San Diego called
I don't know.
is helping us.
I wouldn't be here. You know where I would be? I'd be in the.
Is there anything you can pull together?
Well,
by
what did Steven
Thursday?
say?
I know
I'd be on the
this is a
plane,
situation. I know
going to
you're
some
pissed.
island with the
Oh.
family.
The fucking Chinese. I'm trying to protect both of our
Islands.
investments. Bottom line, if we can survive 90
Islands.
days, then we can do a round and raise a share ton of money that'll give up equity for.
Dude,
And
islands will
secure the
always
company's
forever
very
have a bad rap.
profitable and
Fucking
shiny
'cause of Epstein.
future. I'm so sorry we got put into the shitty situation, but I'm not sure what else to do, man. If we don't get a solution this week, we risk everything. Once people don't get a paycheck,
Dude, the paycheck.
value of the
I just
company
keep
goes from
thinking about
sky
it. I can't
high
stop
to
thinking about it.
zero. Jason then goes on.
This
a
guy
rant.
didn't have enough to pay his employees
You
back in
want me to give you
2019.
More fucking money when I'm already fucked? I didn't have to come up with more money to
Yeah.
save the company. Seriously, this is so fucked up. You don't deserve to keep how
Jason.
much equity you have. This is fucking crap for you to put me in this position so we can do this the friendly way or the hard way. Which one do you suggest? Call Tom A, your other investor, and ask him to borrow some money. You put me in such a bad position, you have no idea. And you're right, I am beyond pissed at you. I can't believe I listened to you about this deal. It's all horseshit.
We have an Intrepid employee in chat? I didn't see.
Now.
Is
Nothing,
someone
bro.
there?
This is all your own doing. You should have been more proactive than having me carry you. Where are all your other baller friends? Or your mom?
Baller friends.
We do in
Am I
Twitch
the
chat.
only
We do.
fucking idiot here? Had to have person A and person B
Where
help
you
me
at?
pay that $3 million
Beep bop.
to get you to where we needed. I should
Beep
have
bop
said no. So what are you suggesting I do now? Sell one of my homes?
Wait, can you
Borrow
pause real
more
quick?
Money? What? I am on a plane.
We have an Intrepid Studios employee in chat. Hey, welcome in, man. Or ma'am. Man or ma'am. Beep bop bop. They also missed payroll multiple times at the end of 2024 around Alpha 2 release. What? Like, was it multiple payrolls for the same period? Or, sorry, multiple times for the same period? Or different payment periods? If that makes sense. That's crazy. Can you make Twitch chat bigger on the screen? Again. I just did. I'm sorry to hear that. If you are a former employee, and you miss payroll, that fucking sucks. Did no one like
It's
object,
really awful.
or no one like mention it? Oh, I can pop this out. It was multiple paychecks in a row, delayed by a week or two. There, sorry guys. Yeah, you pretty much have most of it. Whenever Steven missed payroll or bonuses, he would blame the accounting firm or bank. What? They missed payroll multiple times at the end of 2024 around Alpha 2 release. Delayed by a week or two. No one had anything to say about it. People mentioned it, but Steven kept blaming the banks. So everyone just hype train emoji spammed in Slack chat and was like, let's go, we're fine.
Odd.
What? Wait,
Just
what?
be like, we're fine.
Nephis is a liar.
I'm sorry, what?
A bully.
So to clarify, he
And
did
he's
have
toxic.
paychecks that never came in for a couple weeks. He gave the excuse that was the accounting firm?
or the payroll provider, or a bank. Okay, that it can't be all of them. You know what I mean? So, and everyone just hype train emoji spam in Slack chat. Do you still have access to the Slack chat by any chance? Steven would just say, we're in a good position. We're switching banks because this one sucks. That's crazy.
AKA, Jason is tapped out. I have to find a different source.
No, not anymore. Damn. Well, how you doing? I saw Margaret got, I think, a job in the meantime, or job offer in the meantime. I'm hopefully you're doing great. Alpha 2 bonus was delayed indefinitely. There was a Alpha 2 bonus? Steven sounds so malicious. I mean, it just lends more credence to the fact that no one else knew, right? You should interview an ex-employee. I would love to interview Margaret, or even Bebop, whatever, you know? But, man, sorry to hear that. That's fucked up. So a lot of this is matching up with your experience. Was supposed to get the, let's see, you're supposed to get the Alpha 2 bonus payment December of 2024, which was 2 years ago, or roughly. They kept delaying it by months. We promised a date 3 months in advance. Then when it would come, he would say that the funds couldn't be processed. And no one was like, that's weird, or, you know what I mean? Like, or was it just, you got the basic pay rate and you're like, whatever, I mean, there must be something wrong. Huh. Well, I'm hoping you're keeping in touch with the others in this time. It really sucks for everybody. This irresponsible thing, or sorry, things that Steven did. Move it ahead. They moved it ahead. I mean, I was like, the fuck guy. I think most people just ignored it and believed Steven. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you read Margaret's statement. I think, what was it, last week? She said, not statement, she made a comment, I think it was on a Reddit post, when someone asked her, what was he like? And she was like, oh, he's really nice. He was very kind. We had no issues. And that kind of implied to me there were no workplace issues, potentially. But, I mean, yeah, dude, let me know. Like, contact me in Discord. Discord.gg/Nefos. You can just DM me. And I would love to ask you more questions if you want. I mean, if you're up for it. I know a lot of people aren't comfortable, though. Well, that sucks. That really sucks. Steven was going to blow 300 million, create a niche game. He knew this project was a bust. Enters in the video. Okay, thank you.
Texted your mom. Go
Ask Dark if he thinks Steven was nice.
I'm beyond pissed. You took money from me. This last 300,000, I specifically said I couldn't afford to give you, and you took 1 million from Mr. T.
Yeah, Steven.
I have not said anything to him as of yet. When he finds out, he will come unglued.
I'm trying to stay as anonymous as possible. I mean, hell yeah, dude. Go for it. Anonymity is great. Steven is nice to your face, but he's a snake.
So send my lawyer a proposal and copy me for review.
Jesus.
I am flying somewhere over the Pacific Ocean, and I land at 6 a.m. Send it to my lawyer of what the company needs are, and current projections and losses, and use of proceeds for money, and what the offer is. Because honestly, I am so pissed.
I'm getting a
you have
call
no idea.
from Jason.
Steven
Can you
finally
pause?
replies to Jason's crash out and says,
Hello?
Hey, bro, how are you?
Good. You're on.
I gotta get you making some money, bro. I got people. I got plenty of people that are gonna want to hire you or do shit with you.
Oh, you're on.
Here we go.
You are on live stream, by the way. Just a heads up.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still streaming.
So you are you on now or no?
Yeah, we're live right now.
Okay, cool. How are you?
Good. How are you? It's just people in the chat.
I don't think I've ever done a live stream in my entire life. I don't do that. So
no, you're okay.
So what do you want to do? You just type people, or are you talking on the phone to people, or what do you do?
I have you on speaker. I talk into the mic, and people hear my voice, and they can also see my camera. I'll send you a link. But people,
I'm out and about trying to surprise my my wife with some down.
I didn't call him. He called me.
Since I didn't last minute shopping. But is there any Q&A that you want to do to pretty much ask me any questions that someone can ask me that I can actually give an answer to for your guests that are on your live stream that you want me to do for your guests, or any questions you want to ask me? And I'll stay on as long as I can. As long as you don't mind that I'm running some errands.
Yeah, no, you're fine. We have about 150 people in the chat. There's no guests. It's just me and Becca here. Okay. I think some people did have questions. A lot of people are saying they feel bad for what you went through. Some people are bringing up your MLM history and all that, and your prior legal. Which I already know. There's online. I mean, sure. If you Google me, I mean, look, I don't really give a shit about what people think about my world or my industry. I've helped millions of people make a lot of money, but most people look at it and they go, "Oh, that stuff's a pyramid scheme." Yeah, well, I get that, but at the end of the day, from my vantage point, I've helped thousands and thousands of people become millionaires, and probably a lot of people I've changed their lives. So I feel good about what I do, whether people like the industry. But the industry like Amway, Herbalife, Mary Kay, Avon, Shackley, New Skin, and even the company that I made most of my money with, Jeunesse, people look at them and go, "Oh, they're all pyramid schemes." So, okay, I get it. That's their opinion. And really, there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, it's like, I don't lie to people like Steven did to me. I say to people, yeah, you know what? I'm at the top of all the pyramids. And people ask me, what do I do for a living? And I say, those things like Herbalife family, and people go, yeah, you mean like the pyramid deals? I said, yeah, I'm at the top of one of the pyramids. and so I just own it, because if you don't, then you're like, oh, no, this isn't. I mean, what am I supposed to say? I get paid by other people coming in and recruiting other people from selling products. And usually in most companies, there's a customer ratio that most companies legally now by the FTC, they require you to have a certain amount of customers. Like the current company that I've been promoting is a Korean skincare company, and they require you to have over 50 customers. So every distributor needs to have a minimum of 50 customers. So usually if you have 50 customers, you're considered qualified to earn commissions in the compensation plan. So, but I mean, if someone wants to talk about multi-level marketing, I mean, I think that's, I don't care, but okay, that's fine. But yeah, that's basically, that world. And so anyway, outside of that, does anyone have any specifics to talk about, Mr. Stupid Steven Sharif and all his bullshit lies? Because I can answer those things. I think we have a lot of questions in the chat from a lot of people. I think the first question is, do you own the IP? Like, do you know if anyone owns the IP?
So, correct. As of right now, Robert Dawson controls and owns the IP.
Okay.
I have what are called, so in order of succession, I was the first money in that had Steven sign pledge and security agreements with UCC filings. Okay. And that was done and I have the original UCC filings. Okay. And then after that, Commerce Bank came in. And then when Steven was running out of money and the company was about to get obliterated and go out of business because Steven fucking lied about any of his money going to the company. And I've since found out that it's not only, he originally told me that he put in, well, what is out there in the internet is that he put in 30 million. That's all horse shit. So anyone that believes that shit, what do they want to see? Bottom line is the bank accounts. Yeah, Steven put in no money. I have the QuickBooks documents that I have just received recently that pretty much literally shows Steven and John taking out millions of dollars out of the company and not putting any money into the company. That's a fact. So Steven can justify whatever bullshit he wants.
If you guys have any questions, ask in chat now.
The fact is that they took out millions and millions of dollars, probably the money that he paid back his brother with, because he paid his brother Tim back some money, okay? And then he paid back his mom some money. So that was probably from either my money that came in or other loans from Commerce Bank. So pretty much here's what happened. Here's the order of monies that came in. A guy named Tom Alcazan put in $2 million. Okay, that was before my money. Then I put in another $1 million. Okay, then I had another option to put in another $1 million. I executed both of those. So that is now basically a total of $2 million from me, $2 million from Tom Alcazan. That was around the time that Kickstarter, I put my money in right around the time that he did the Kickstarter thing and brought in a lot more money from Kickstarter. It was right around the time that my money came in to him. So then after that, okay, he went through that money, my money, Tom's money, and the Kickstarter money. It was all gone. Then he needed more money. So then he came to me for another loan for another $2 million. I gave him $2 more million. Okay. Mm-hmm. Then after that $2 million, we rolled that contract into a $5 million agreement, and I have that, and I can send that to you in an email. And basically, that $5 million agreement was actually $5,138,000. Okay, so that was pretty much that agreement. Okay, so now I have $2 million from the original agreement, $5 million from that. Then after that, I had another buddy of mine put in $1 million, and in the video you did, that was $1 million from my friend Travis. Travis pretty much put in $1 million, and at that time I had other businesses, as you call. I think I like the devil's lettuce. Pretty much, I also got into another shit show with another fucktard that pretty much screwed me out of a lot of money in a cannabis company, which I'm still in litigation over currently. And I lost about $14 million in that deal. So, okay. You know, pretty much I'm trying to get money back out of that deal. The money in Intrepid, I don't know if I'll ever see a penny, but I'll get down to the succession of the monies. So at that point in time, mm-hmm. I'm into it for about $7.13 million. And then at this point, Stephen borrowed another $1 million from a friend of mine, okay, and $300,000 from me. This is during that video that I'm talking about that I'm leveraged, and, that was money that I had to pay my taxes and other shit. So then he got money out of me for that. So my friend's money, it was a short-term loan from my friend Travis, and Travis wanted his money back and said, look, Steven, you defaulted, pay him the money back or I'm going to sue you. And Steven said, oh, well, I don't want my community seeing any lawsuits. If my community sees any lawsuits, we'll go out of business. And I said, well, I don't give a shit, okay, about you not paying. I mean, I didn't say I don't give a shit about the community. I said, look, I care about the business and the community, and I don't want any bad press, just like you don't. But, we got to pay him back the money. So none of Steven's friends or family or anybody that he fucking knew had any money. Nobody had any money. This is the whole problem with this whole company, okay? He was able to since get a few people, but it came in after this point. So what happened is at this point is that I had to sell crypto or whatever it was, $6,000, $7,000, that I transferred to my friend Travis to buy him out of the $1 million, and I assumed the note. I have that paperwork that I can turn over to you as well. Sure. So at that point in time, pretty much, I had a situation where the $300,000, the $1 million. So now I'm into this thing for 8.3. Okay. And then originally we had a revolving line of credit deal where pretty much that was the thing that you saw was the 15%. The other 15% pretty much was where I'm blowing up at him about basically telling him what a piece of shit he is and why I'm into this deal for so much money. So then I gave him the other basically in chunks and tranches. And at this time, I'm going through my own financial crisis and my own financial desperations of money's in and money's out. And when you play for the fences in life and try to make money, shit happens. So anyway, that's kind of what happened. And then I'm up to 10.3 million. Okay. And then pretty much about a year and a few months ago, Rob Dawson called me up. Now, at this point in time, I'm done spending money on him. So I'm out of the wheelhouse of spending money. Except I did something foolish, which I regret doing. Okay. And that was recently where Steve had a first position mortgage on his home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it was leveraged between himself and Commerce Bank and another party that he borrowed money from. And the person that was in the first position was about to foreclose on it. So me and Rob Dawson, pretty much, Rob came to me and said, I need help. Okay. And Rob's worth a shit ton of money. But Bob's like, look, so this is literally, so I'm done with Steven mentally, emotionally, and there's a lot of other shit that happened in between then. But Steven basically was just lying to everybody for the whole time. I mean, just lying and lying and lying.
So after you basically kind of bowed out, even though with money owed, Robert Dawson was the one who basically kept the engine running.
Correct.
So now he owns the IP. Do you know what he's going to do with the IP? Has he told the investors?
I don't really know at all.
Okay, have you asked him or not yet?
I have talked to him about it, and literally we've had, hold on one second, my wife's calling me on my other line. We've had basically 2 calls in one. Hey, I'm on a phone call with Casper, the guy that's going over stuff, and he's on a live stream, and I'm in my car. So that's okay. But I'm on a phone call. Okay, I love you. Bye. Sorry, Casper.
No, you're okay. You don't have to apologize.
So anyway, yeah. So I don't know what Rob's going to do with the IP.
Okay.
Rob's in charge of that. So I don't know.
Okay. So when would be the next time you and the other investors, I guess, get a meeting with him? Or
here's hold on one second. I'm going to hang up right now and call you from my other number. This battery's about to go dead. Okay.
Okay. Sure thing.
Thanks. Bye.
Oh, well, that was fucking fast. That was fast. Hey there.
Hey there.
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, so as of right now, it's really, I know Rob basically did not want to bury the company or close on the company. It just was a point where he was into this for between his own personal capital, about $80 million. And Steven's been lying to him and to me about, as you can see in some of the text, the launch dates always changed. And look, and I respect the gamers, even though, as you pointed out, I'm more of a Pac-Man gamer, but that's just because I'm old as fuck. Pretty much at 57 years old, and I've made a lot of money, and I've spent a lot of money, and I've been stupid, and stupid is as stupid does, and I've been stupid. So the only thing that I would say is that both Rob and I, and yes, we expected the business to work. The problem is that Steven never allowed anybody else to get involved in the intertwinings of the company. He literally would always, and he would threaten me and Rob, like, if I quit, this thing is nothing. If I go away, this thing is over. I mean, this happened not just once, not twice, remember, like 5 or 6 different times. So the reality of like where it's at now, I really don't know. And I've told Rob, as God is my witness, I feel bad, and I brought him to Steven, and I convinced Rob. I convinced Rob to put in his first $10 million. Okay, and I'll take responsibility where I feel bad for that. All the money after that, Steven kept on going back to Rob and back to Rob and back to Rob, and so pretty much Steven would do these equity deals where pretty much where the controlling interest of the company after 2022 shifted not away from Steven. It wasn't until literally up until 2024 that Steven had no more controlling interest in the company. And a board wasn't formed when Steven's out there saying about the board this, the board that, the board this. Okay, I was supposed to have a board seat. I was supposed to be pretty much involved in any company major decisions. Do you know how many board meetings I've been to? 0. Do you know how many board meetings he's ever fucking called? 0. The guy couldn't fucking run a company for his fucking toothpick brain. He's a fucking retard. Okay? The only thing that guy is good at is bullshitting people. And he might be a good creative director. He might be a good gamer, but everything else is full of shit. So when you don't have to spend any of your own money, like 0, and you're just on everyone else's fucking tit, sucking everyone's tit, okay, like he was, spending everyone's money. I mean, I know people, my friend Tom is in his 70s. Him and his wife, they have financial problems. They have tons of problems. And you know what he did? That's their life savings. I'll be okay. I'm a survivor. I have money, other investments, and I can crush $12.5 million. I'll have some tax losses for the next 5 to 6, 7, 8 years. But at the end of the day, okay, there are other people that can't afford, okay, that put money into this, okay?
Yep.
So, oh, and by the way, not only did he not put any money in, but then about a little under 2 years ago, 20 months ago, he pretty much sat there and told, okay, me and Rob Dawson that he put in an extra $4 million. Okay, which he never did. What he did is he borrowed money from another guy, had that guy send the money to his personal bank account, and then sent the money from his personal bank account to the company. And that guy's name is Aaron. Okay.
Okay.
So there's all the money that Steven has proclaimed to put into the company. I mean, maybe if I could ever find it, maybe $500,000. Is that really his money? Or he might have put it in, but then he sucked it out with all the money that he pulled out of the company. Him and John paid themselves, okay, $50,000 a month.
$50,000, not $500,000. Oh, sorry, $500,000 a year or $50,000 a month.
$50,000 a month.
Okay.
$500,000 a year.
Okay. And
to run his company.
And you have
the startup.
Do you have the records to prove that?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, you got the QuickBooks now and everything?
I do. I have the QuickBooks file, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going through them as we speak.
And so basically, if they were embezzling $500,000 a year, where was the rest of the money for Intrepid going? Or do you not know? Are you having forensics go through accounting?
It's very difficult because here's the problem.
Okay.
And I have emails that I will forward you that you can see that I asked him for books and records, and he would deflect. And I said, this isn't fucking rocket science. It's a simple QuickBooks file. Have your accountant send it to me. And in 9 years, or almost 9 years of doing business with the fucker, not one time have I received any QuickBooks. It wasn't until 3 days ago that I got them, and I got them from Rob's guy, Ryan Ogden, who's been going through the books for the last 6 to 9 months.
So even after the Yaya lawsuit for the writ of mandate to access to records, you still didn't get it?
No, I never got it. And the only reason why I dropped the lawsuit is because Steven came to me and literally said, and Rob said, and Rob was funding the company, and Steven said, look, if you don't drop this lawsuit, I said, look, you pushed me to this point. So it's public record now because you wouldn't turn over the information. So I dropped it because I was going to subpoena more documents. So,
okay.
and I didn't.
Okay.
So
interesting. Yeah, I think that gave a lot of insight for a lot of people.
Yo, bitch ass, you're next.
So do you know what's happening with the merchandise? I don't know if you've caught up on today's lawsuit.
I have no idea.
Okay.
About any
Are you aware of today's new lawsuit by TFE Games in Nevada and the employees against Steven?
Yeah, that's probably one of the investors of the investor groups. I forgot which one of the person's names that's attached to TFE Games, but they have a written contract for a convertible note that it came in after my money. But yeah, everyone's gonna fucking sue Steven. I mean, like, he's a lying cockroach. I mean, what else do you fucking expect? I mean, the biggest problem that I got with the piece of shit, and the reason why I reached out to you, which, I mean, even though I am in the public world, I mean, I'm not really. I mean, outside of lawsuits and a few videos, that you can search from me, I really am not a public figure as much as the companies that I built I should be. But I reached out to you because I felt that your content was very fair. You weren't pretty much completely throwing Stephen under the bus, but you had a lot of questions. And when I went through about 15 to 20 people on the internet, I found yours, and I reached out to you, and you responded, and that's why I said, hey, we got on the phone and we had a great conversation. And I respect the work that you did and the way you delivered it and how you presented it. It was great. I think you did an amazing job. So there's more information that's going to come out, but yeah, there's a lot of people that are going to realize how many people he fucked over. I mean, it's bad. Okay. So the TFE Games people, I think that's the group that put in $5 million. So
$5 million.
Yeah. I don't know what does their lawsuit say? Is it one? I don't remember. I can look it up when I get to the house.
Sure. I mean, yeah. Feel free to forward more of the emails or documents. Accounting. Someone asked you. There's a lot of questions. Why didn't you cut your losses earlier and walk away from it?
Well, that's a very good question because I said about 10 minutes ago. I was fucking stupid. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. Look, I'm not going to blame Stephen.
Okay.
Outside of look, here's what I'll say.
Okay.
When I sue Stephen Sharif, he's going to be fucking sued by everybody. So I'm going to sue him, and I'm going to explain why I'm suing him to your people. But I was lied to. Okay.
Okay.
So the definition of fraud. Okay. And a fraud lawsuit is I was manipulated and lied based upon things I was told by him, by his mother, and by John. Lied. Okay? Like they have all this money invested in the company. It's the opposite. They took out money out of the company with nothing invested that I could find.
Okay.
So why did I stay in it at that time? I believed he had all that money invested in the company. So I believed in him that he was losing all of his. Originally, he told me he had $25-30 million into the company. Then he came back in an email and said he only had $9.5 million. I'll get you that email or whenever. What he said, why have $9.5 million invested?
So he lowered it.
He lowered it from 30 million to 9.5.
Okay.
Well, okay. So the entire world of Vera and all these people and fans think Stephen must be fucking loaded. Where do you fucking make all his money? Has anyone ever asked on any of your, Discords, Reddits, whatever the fuck, emails, YouTube videos, has anyone ever said to Stephen, where do you make all your money to invest in this company? No one's asked him. Okay. And he would deflect it even if he was, but no one asked him that. Where'd all the money come from?
I think people looked into it and saw that he had previous MLM history with his mother in Zango, and that's where I think a lot of people figured he got his wealth from.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. I mean, and that's the one thing I hate about multi-level marketing. Everyone's full of shit in the industry. Oh, I made $350,000 a month. Yeah, they might have made that 1 month, and then that company went out of business. So, I mean, it's like, okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's basically the answer that the internet scrounged up, and they figured, I mean, hey, he's live streaming from a California mansion. He's got to be loaded, right?
Yeah.
That was basically the reasoning. And he did claim, I think later he got some money from real estate investments.
Yeah,
that circulated. That's all bullshit too.
Yeah, what? He doesn't own anything. He never owned a piece of property until like him and John bought that piece of property with probably a down payment from, they were renting it when I met them, but I didn't know that because I was fucking stupid and didn't pull a property report. So I didn't know. I've been down to that place. It's a bigger place than I live in, fucking hell. So yeah, bullshit story.
Another person's worried about you asking, is it safe for you to say all this on in public on live stream?
I don't know. If you don't know me, I don't give a shit what I say or what I say. But slander is basically anything you're saying to hurt someone. Look, I've sued people for slander. Go look my name up, Jason Karamanis, and figure out lawsuit. Okay. So it's pretty much. It's there's nothing I'm saying that is slanderous or libel about Stephen. He's a pathological nutcase liar. And guess what? You're going to see numerous lawsuits come out against him.
You're next.
Okay? For fraud, for whatever else. So, it's all bullshit. So the question is that, okay, am I scared of what I'm saying? Would I have gone through and sent you 380 pages of text messages, Casper? No, I would not have sent one fucking page of anything. Would I have been scared to show you the cap table that you put in your video? No.
I didn't forget.
All this is going to come out in litigation. Okay? So Steven's like, I'm going to sue people. On what grounds? You dumb fuck idiot. What the fuck? Go fuck yourself. Like, who the fuck do you think you're going to sue people? Yeah, what? You're going to sue the board? Oh, I'm sorry. Rob Dawson has probably, $80 million worth of signed agreements, okay, of you, okay, taking his money. Rob wrote you checks. I wrote you checks, okay? The TFD Games Company wrote you checks, okay? Tom wrote you checks. Aaron wrote you checks. Everyone wrote him checks. Has he given anybody any return on investment? Has he done anything? What's he going to say? It's full of shit.
Yeah.
So no, there's nothing that I'm scared to say because all of it's true and documented.
Okay. Someone asked, do you ever get any of the money? I think you already answered that early. If you got any of your money back?
No. How would I get any of my money back? The thing that pissed me off was the $300,000 that I gave him in August of 2000.
Right. The one where you got mad at him for not returning fast enough.
Yeah, because it's $300,000. At that point, I've already given him. Okay, and he was telling me all this shit about Tencent, I Dream Sky, and they're going to give us a $60 million contract, and blah 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 blah. Okay, this is before he borrowed money. Okay, and by the way, there's going to be a lawsuit by Commerce Bank at some point in time for fraud against Stephen too, because he lied about the revenues of the company. There were no revenues. He took all the loans and booked them on his federal tax return as basically as income. That's a fucking federal crime, you fucking dumb fuck.
Do you have the records for that? Where he
100%.
Okay. Definitely. We're definitely have to talk later about and go through these files too, I guess.
I'll subpoena Commerce Bank to get them because you had to turn over financials to Commerce Bank. Never turned them over to me, okay? Where he told me at one point that, I had to book those as revenue to the company. I said, Stephen, that's illegal. You can't do that. I know, but I needed the money.
There's a lot of confusion in the chat over the Californian house that keeps popping up.
So the California house, when Stephen bought it, I don't know how he got the down payment. I'm assuming between him and John milking money out of the fucking company in some capacity, because that's the only fucking money they were making was their salaries. So they were paying themselves a god amount. And John never did shit for the company. He was the CFO, the chief financial officer. That was his title. You know what he ever did for the goddamn company? Excuse me, God. But you know what he ever did for the fucking company? Nothing. Okay? He didn't they never called one board meeting. So if I was an equity shareholder since 2019, you should have called a board meeting. Did you ever call one? No. You ever call a shareholders meeting? No. Did you ever do anything of that nature? No. Even when Rob came in, okay, Stephen wouldn't give Rob access or Ryan access to anything ever. And he would threaten, you know what? I'm going to quit. I'm going to leave. You know what? This company's nothing without me. Go look up NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. It describes him as a T. He's the most narcissistic fuck tool I've ever met in my entire life. The guy's a piece of shit. So as far as basically the house goes, whenever they bought it, okay, whatever year they bought it, I forgot what year it is, okay, and they put up a down payment. The original owner that they were renting the house from, which I didn't know at the time, I thought he owned the house because I thought he was a big fucking baller. Okay, so pretty much he bought the house from the landlord. The landlord had the first trust deed loan on the property. Okay, and over time it came due in 2024. Okay, and Stephen would kick the can down the road. Okay, on the balloon payment because he couldn't pretty much get the thing refinanced. Now, why couldn't he get it refinanced? Because when he did the deal with Commerce Bank, okay, wouldn't do the deal without him, okay, and John putting up the house as collateral. So Commerce Bank has the second, on the property.
Right.
So then at this point in time, he doesn't make the balloon payment for the 4 point whatever million that he owes on the property. So the first is foreclosing on the house. They started foreclosure procedures. So then Stephen, okay, and Rob's so into this at this point in time, Rob's probably into this for 50 million. So Rob calls me up and says, look, I need $2 more million, to help, pay for Stephen's house to save it. Okay, so he doesn't lose his mind. Because if Stephen loses his house, he's just going to fucking his relationship with John will be over. They'll get divorced, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
You're next.
So at this point in time, okay, me and Rob, and I tell Rob, I don't want to put out any more money. He goes, it's secured with interest.
Okay.
Not anything egregious at 10% per year, which is normal at that time to go get a loan. Okay.
Okay.
So it was secured as the first trustee. So me and Rob personally, each put up $2 million on to take out the first. That was about a little over a year and a few months ago. Okay.
So you helped him with his house, basically being prevented from foreclosure.
On top of the 10.3 million, I pretty much helped him with $2 million so he would save his house from losing it and going into foreclosure. While he's telling everyone in the world of fucking Farrah that he's a baller and a fucking multi-millionaire. He can't fucking afford to pay fucking shit, fucking cocksucker.
So I guess.
Okay.
One person. Sorry, go on. Go on. No, please go ahead.
So at this point in time, Rob's a big investor. He has investments in institutional banks. One of the banks that he dealt with was able to work out a refi and take out the first position on the property.
Mm-hmm.
And this gets into the real reason why the demise happened. Okay? So I'll explain. So Rob's bank did that, and then Rob pretty much came to me and said, hey, I need help. Doesn't matter that he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I need help because, he's pulling down stuff on margin calls, okay, to withdraw cash, which is basically you're borrowing against your margin on your stocks to pull cash out to go fund the company. So Rob is going, Rob is pulling his hair out, okay? And Rob is basically at this point in time, Rob is like, hey, Jason, we got the $2 million back because I got the first covered by the bank, and the bank is a different bank, okay? Not Commerce Bank, a different bank. Took out the first. That's fine. But then what happens is that at this point in time, Rob says, Jason, I need your help to put in that $2 million into the company.
Okay.
And I bitched, complained, and that's another fucking mistake. But at the time that it happened, Rob was into the deal at this point for probably close to $60 million, maybe a little bit less, maybe 58, 57. So at this point in time, and I'm the one who got Rob to the dance. I got Rob, and I introduced Rob and Steven together in Vegas.
Do you feel bad about that?
1,000%. I wish I would have walked away, lost all my money. No disrespect to any of the company, the gamers, and any of the people, the employees. But I wish I would have walked away and told Steven to go pound sand and fuck himself. But again, look, I'm not going to lie to people. I also was greedy too. I didn't want to lose my money.
Right.
Okay.
Your investment.
And I'm thinking, okay, and Rob thought it was a great company. Rob had his whole investor group of like 3 or 4 or 5 different people looked at the deal and realized that, that he said, yeah, what Steven was good at is selling the KPIs and the metrics of the game, how well it's doing with all the users, which it was. It was doing amazingly well. Okay. But after $140 million, it's not 109, by the way, 115. It's closer to 140. Between all the money that came in from Kickstarter, that's not included in that figure.
Right.
Okay. The money from Commerce Bank, between Kickstarter, Commerce Bank, and the PPL monies, that's $13 million right there. So that's at 123. Plus, there was also revenues that came into the company over the last 4 years. Plus other small business loans and a few other things. So the real number is about $140 million has been gone through. That
is astronomical. We have a Same question from the chat. Did you ever get your iced tea at Denny's, Jason?
Actually, it's funny. No, I'm not a big Denny's fan. But,
Okay.
But do I get my iced tea at Denny's? I mean, I don't know. I would. My wife wants to go to Denny's, and she's like, "Can you take me to Denny's?" I'm like, "Why? I don't like Denny's." Oh, I'm like, okay, no, I'm not. But I do like iced teas.
Okay.
Cheesecake Factory. Passion iced tea. I'm
Yep.
down all the time. So there you go.
Okay. Someone mentioned the Steam launch, and I know your lawyer sent a letter to Valve.
Okay, so that's the ending final punchline.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's what happened. So Steven, okay, had so here's what happened. Rob literally went to Steven. This is the thing that Steven calls the board made a decision.
I see.
What it was is Rob couldn't take it anymore.
Okay.
Rob was like already fucking fed up 6 months ago. Steven lied. Steven said we're going to launch in 2022. No, 2023. No, 2024. No, 2025. So you have to understand this from this perspective.
Sure.
Okay. Not only.
Oh, no, we understand it. We understand
it.
Yeah.
The gamers are all pissed because it's like, why are we waiting so long for this fucking thing? Okay. Well, the investors are like, we're losing, $2 to $3 million every month. The differential between, your OPEX, your operating expenses, the differential between your income. So let's say that he was selling picks, shovels, widgets, whatever you want to call it, and the revenues, $150,000, $200,000 a month from the online people buying stuff.
Right.
Well, the company costs $2.5 million a month for rent of the building, insurance for all the employees salaries. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, what happened was because the launch in December was not astronomical. If it was moderately successul, I think they did like $4 million that month in revenue, which pretty much, Steam took their percentage, and then whatever left over goes to the company, Intrepid Studios.
Okay.
So what happened is they were holding it till January, so almost like a month later for any like chargebacks or whatever. So
okay.
What happened was that Rob, because there was not a whole lot of money, Rob was like, look, we can't go out and raise any money because the way the money came into the company, it's all debt. So the company is roughly $120 million in debt.
Okay.
Okay. So with $120 million of debt, the interest alone.
Right.
Okay.
Because he was fine with any interest rate, it seemed like, from your text messages.
He told me every interest rate possible known to mankind. He didn't care because he just wanted to suck more money out of me.
Sure.
Now, at the time, I kept on thinking Steven has assets. I thought, look, I'm stupid. I never checked on the home address. I never pulled a property profile. Shame on me. I never asked Steven for his tax returns. Shame on me. I never asked Steven to see his personal bank accounts. Shame on me. I'm a dumb fuck for not listening to myself.
Okay.
I was like, oh, he's a great guy. He's my friend's son. Why would they lie to me? So at this point, what happens is that Rob says, look, we can't continue like this. We need another. Look, I don't have any more money. I'm borrowing against my stock accounts on margin to fund the company. I can't take it anymore. So we're going to go do a foreclosure on the assets. So I signed, to allow Rob to do that. I signed an agreement with Rob and gave Rob my first position to go sign to do that. So Rob so Steven wants to claim the board fucked this up. No, here's the real story what happened. During this process, Rob is pissed off at Steven for you don't know the stress levels that Steven has done to me and Rob.
No, I felt it. I felt it when I was, going through the text messages.
That piece of shit, fucking Steven is a cockroach.
Okay.
Okay. So Steven pretty much would always oh, I need this, I need that. I mean, what always calls when he needs money. And so Rob finally, it was an act of Congress for us to get anything out of Steven. Okay. All the time. It was always, he's a control freak, narcissistic, fuckwad. So from my perspective, he got greedy and stupid.
Okay.
At this point in time, from 7 months ago or 8 months ago, Steven's been diluted down where he owns less than I do, and I only owned of the company with all the dilutions from Rob and the other group. I only owned around 11%.
Yeah, I think
Steven only owned 8% or something, or
I think it's at 4% on the sheet.
like that.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why he was given that 4% is because he said that he put $4 million of his own of additional money into the company. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have gotten that. And that's a lie, because Aaron put that $4 million in. It didn't come from Steven. And Aaron's going to have to sue Steven and Tim because Tim, the brother, signed some agreements with Aaron.
No, I didn't.
So then it goes one step further. So what happened is there was a call between everybody. I'm talking about and I never knew any of these people. I didn't know Aaron. I didn't know this girl, Teresa. I didn't know, all these people that put in money in the company. I never knew any of them, except the only one I knew was a guy named Tom
Right.
Munchausen. Okay. So what ended up happening is that we all get on a call. This is about a month ago now, and we said, look, this is the plan. This is what we're going to do. And, we're going to fund the company, but we need to lay off employees. We're going to foreclose. We were planning on foreclosing on foreclosing on the assets. Okay. And maintaining and keeping. This is what fucking pisses me off, where everyone's going to fucking sue that cockroach and John. Okay. You're going to sue them because this is the key thing that set the tailspin of everything into the toilet. Right here, what I'm about to say is the most important thing. So Rob's plan, was very simple.
Okay.
We're not gonna go public about this. We're not gonna talk about it. It was an internal thing with all of the creditors.
No, I didn't forget.
Okay. People that were put in millions of dollars that were owed based on the interest in their money. They put in $5 with the interest. Some guy put in $5 million in 2021 with interest alone, and scaling that up and compounding and everything. Okay, that loan's at $9 or $10 million. So you got $109 million of debt. Okay, it's all debt. Okay, and people took warrants and options, and Rob was smart. Okay, to do that because he pushed Steven into a corner at some point in time because Steven was out of control. So at this point in time, in January, they did the launch in December.
Okay.
There wasn't a ton of revenue. It was like close to $4 or $5 million. Okay. The Steam took their percentage, and then they were going to send Intrepid. Okay. I think $3.7 million. That was the amount that was coming to Intrepid. So
from Valve, from Steam,
from Steam. We all knew this, and so the triggering point is that Steven was trying to negotiate with Rob. Wrong, dumb fuck move to do. And Steven was going, I want equity. And Rob's like, I'll give you an earn out, but I'm not going to give you equity in the entity that's going to control the assets. So Rob said, hey, look, Rob could foreclose on everybody and fuck everybody. He didn't do that. You know what Rob did? He got on a call with all the investors and he said, hey, look, I don't mean to be a bummer to all of you, but you're going to have a choice to make. We will try to make all of you whole. Remember, we will try to make all of you whole. But as of right now, this is our only option to try to continue making the company grow. Okay.
So you wanted to keep the product. You wanted to keep the MMO going.
1,000%. We got $100 million plus.
I just wanted to clarify that for people because they were like, "Where's the money? Where did all that go?"
100%.
Okay.
No one to see it.
So is that indicative of Robert Dawson maybe trying to continue it, or nah?
We all agreed. So here's the punchline.
Okay.
Rob said, because Rob's kind of controlling this. Rob said, look, whatever you've put in, there's one person that's put in $435,000, and and Rob that's up to with his group and his companies
about 90,
80 million, and then 10 million of his friends. Smokey 10 a million, whatever. Ryan $1.5 million, whatever. So we all got on the phone, and we're all butthurt, we're all pissed off. Okay, and Rob and Aaron and Teresa say this is the plan. In order for you to keep your current equity positions, and or get back some of the money that first, where it's asked, everyone's going to have to come up with 25% of what they've already put in.
Sure.
Okay. And almost everybody agreed. I think there were some people that are just broke.
Yeah.
They couldn't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
But I agreed to do it. Rob agreed to do it. So you do the math and you figure out that pretty much that you got $109 million or so. Okay. Multiply that times 25%. We all agreed, minus a little bit of money. So let's say basically everyone agreed and we were all putting in more money. I agreed to put in 25% of $12.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go figure that number out. Okay. I didn't want to. I don't want to put another diamond, but I was willing to do it. This is the cockroach fucking Steven. Okay. He's a piece of fucking shit. This is what he did to piss everybody off.
Okay.
Which is why the company got fucked.
Okay.
Because what he did at this point in time is he went behind Rob's back. Okay.
Right.
Because Rob said, look, Steven, we got to pay all this money back to these investors. Okay.
Right.
And we'll give you an earn out as the creative director. Okay. But we're not going to put you on the cap table as an owner. Okay. You can go out there in the public domain. Okay. So what Steven says is, no, I want my equity now. And Rob says, I'm not willing to do that. I'll give you a deal based upon the company earning money, not basically for you doing shit. The company has to make money. So then Steven threatens Rob and says, you know what? I'm not going to do it unless you give me ownership. And Rob just put his foot down and said, fuck no, I'm not giving you ownership. I said, you can be the creative director and you can run the business as is. We're going to be, we're going to be a skeleton crew. We're going to probably lose about 60 to 70% of the people, but we'll bring in enough money for all the investor group to fund the company. So then while we're in process of all doing this, it's not like you do this. There's contracts that have to be read, agreements that have to be signed. A new company is being formed. Okay.
Right.
And while this
Becca,
is
can you
going
give me the
on,
battery charger for my backpack?
Steven decides to pretty much pull the ripcord and say to Rob, I'm resigning.
Sorry.
Right about 5 days before the shit hits the fan. Now where the fuck you part is Steven has money in escrow, okay? Because him and John sold the house. Okay. That money does not get released because Commerce Bank, okay, has a second position on the house. Well, Commerce Bank's money went into Intrepid. So what happened is that Steven, upon his fucking betrayal and exit, and it's a fucking betrayal, okay? To all of the community, of anyone that ever played the game, to all the investors and all the employees. That motherfucker literally sat there, okay, and literally had Commerce Bank send a letter to Steam and saying that money is theirs at Steven's request.
Okay.
Okay. We weren't planning on fucking Commerce Bank. Okay.
Right.
But Steven just fucked them because what he did was the money that Steam was holding was going to pay all the payroll. Okay. On February 1st. So Steven took $3.7 million for his own greedy motherfucking son of a bitch, cockroach fuckery asshole.
Okay.
And basically what he did is he fucked everybody over and literally sat there and literally stole, the company and pushed it to go out of business. Literally because he's a really narcissistic son of a bitch. Because what he did is he had Commerce Bank send a letter stating that money was Commerce's bank's. So Commerce Bank would get that money and pay off the second, releasing about 1.5 or 1.6 money being held in an escrow account by Commerce Bank, because they had a secured position against his house on the money that he originally borrowed for the company, which I should have thought about it, but I never did. So anyway, that brings you to full circle. So then I get a phone call being told that excuse me. I get a phone call being told that Steven resigned, and that Commerce Bank sent a letter, and then I had to send my attorney's letter saying, no, that's not his money, it's my money. I have UCC filings and pledge and security agreements that were posted way ahead of Commerce Bank's, which I can document and give to you. I think I might have, I don't know if I sent it to you or didn't, but I can send that to you.
Yeah.
So anyway,
feel free to send everything.
That being said, that is the reason why we didn't have money to pay payroll, okay? Because Steven, that motherfucker, literally sat there and had Commerce Bank contact Steam. Well, that was the money for our payroll. So literally,
so he did it to spite you guys, basically. He didn't even get the money.
1,000%. He did it to fuck everyone over, which will come out in my lawsuit, and I'm going to put all this down. And I don't care if Steven listens to this, if he hears it, he can go fucking rot in fucking hell.
He's probably listening.
I don't give a fuck. He can go fuck himself with some nasty, 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 nasty things up his rear end, because that's what he's done to everybody else.
Okay, so just to clarify and recap the whole thing, Robert put the foot down. All the investors put their foot down. They said, okay, this is not sustainable. They proposed a 60 to 70% layoff. And then Steven wanted to keep his equity, even though he'd never bought equity. And then when they told him no, he said, all right, I'm going to resign. And as he did so, he contacted the bank to seize the Steam funding, which was meant for payroll. Now, he did claim in his announcement post that other senior staff resigned as well. Is that true, or is that just...
Everyone resigned. Steven, look.
Everyone resigned?
I hope some of the people that work for the company, because they've never fucking ever spoken to me, and they don't know the fucking truth. They should all go fucking watch your fucking video, because then they'll realize that Steven's been lying to them the whole time. They all think Steven's made of money. Oh, they all probably thought every single dime that came into the company was Steven's. Look at it from a realistic standpoint. It's like, and Steven's convinced all these people that it's Rob's fault, or, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I went along with whatever Rob wanted to do, and this was the decision that Rob and Aaron and a gal named Teresa made, okay? And I don't know if Aaron and Teresa were on the board, but I do know that, they had a meeting and had a board meeting, and pretty much these were the decisions that they decided to make. So,
sure.
At this time, it's like, I have some things that, Rob and I have talked about it. We're going to talk again. I think he's in like, it's like, Steven literally did such a bad, just horrible, exit. He didn't even care about saving the company. Just wanted to save his own ass. Like, I want the Commerce Bank loan to be paid off, so pretty much I can get the money off of my house.
I see.
It's like,
and that's after you helped them prevent foreclosure on the house.
Yeah, his house was going into foreclosure a year ago. I'll send you those emails too.
Okay.
The trust deed and all the documents. I mean, I got all that shit. So anyone wants to see anything, they email you or connect with you and tell me what they want to see.
All right.
I'm an open book. I got nothing to hide.
All right.
Might not like what I do for a living, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad guy. I mean, I'm not selling drugs to kids. I'm not fucking, doing any bad shit. Steven's a horrible human being. He's just bad. So I don't know. I hope I've helped out. Are there any other last questions? I could go on for 12 hours about what a piece of shit he is, but does anyone have any other specifics that I haven't answered?
I think just the majority of people want to know what's going to happen to the game.
We don't know, but I mean, look, Jasper, you have my phone number. I don't want my phone number going out in the public domain. I don't want to get a bunch of calls. You can call me anytime.
Sure.
If there's anybody that you really like that needs to talk to me, like if any of the employees reach out to you, we'll get on the phone. I'll talk to them. I've never spoken to one in 8 years. I don't have one employee's phone number. I've been paying all their bills. They don't know who I am.
Right, because you were funding the payroll from what, 20?
I've been funding the company for
2018, 2021. Yeah.
And then Rob literally took over from 2022 onward.
Right.
All of 22, all of 23, all of 24, and all of 25. That was 100% Rob Dawson and his crew. 100%. I mean, $2 million of my money. Okay, so yeah, that came in. So there you go.
Well, I think that's so when you said resign, the senior staff that resigned with him, were they just laid off, or did they actually know about the board meeting and all that? Was anyone at the...
I honestly have no idea.
Okay. So you're not aware that anyone at the actual company itself was aware of what was going on?
No, I don't know what the employees at whatever levels knew. I mean, Steven had his own agenda, so...
Right.
Hey, Casper, hold on one second.
You're good.
Hold on one second, guys.
Are there any other last questions you guys want to ask him before we let him go, or... I mean, he's like talk for 12 hours. Okay. I'm just like, I don't know, 12 hours. Casper? Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So, what else can I do to help you, my friend?
Honestly, I think people want to know... I think a lot of people sympathize with you. Some didn't.
That's okay. I mean,
and like, they just want to know if you're okay. Or how you're doing now financially.
If someone doesn't sympathize with me, has anyone said any shit about me? I'd like to know. I mean, they chatting about me like this motherfucker. I mean, I know people write shit. They're like, yeah, this stupid motherfucker. I mean, it's like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, some of that because, I mean, you took money from your 401k to help Steven, and that's a very nice that's a very nice thing to do, but also, you know, the risk, right? Yeah. So
I mean, you read the whole.
Yes, I read the whole thing.
I mean, so you know, you didn't put all of it up there, but you read the whole thing. It's like, you know, and I love how you. I don't know what love bombing is, but okay. So,
it's like when someone just overwhelms you with positive comments and praise and says, "Jason, you're my god, Jason."
Yeah,
he kept telling.
That's when he's trying to suck my dick and get money out of it.
Right. So he was doing that to you a lot in the text messages.
Yeah, 100%. He would always do that, especially at the time that he needed it. And then it just it got overwhelming. So look, as I said, I made a lot of mistakes.
Sure. So, someone asked, do you still have your 2011 Ferrari and 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost?
No, the 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost was actually Kim Kardashian's car.
Okay.
That I bought used from her in 2014.
Okay.
And that blew up in my house on a fire. And I have a video. I can send that to you. I came back from the gym and the car just caught on fire. And I was running up and down like Benny Hill trying to put out a fire in my car, and then the engines came. So that car got totaled. And then the 2011 Ferrari, I bought a warranty from Ferrari dealership, and they did not fix the problem, and they wanted to charge me $30,000, and I said no. And then I sent them legal letters and notices that I'm going to sue them, and I said, here are your options. And my lawyer contacted them, and they came and picked up the car and paid me for the value of the car, and that was, I think, in 2017 or 18. So no, I don't have either one of those cars.
Okay, I think we just have 2 more questions and we can let you go. I know you're a little busy and taking care of some real life errands.
I'll stay on the phone all night answering questions.
I mean,
this is also cathartic. If anyone wants to go look that up, this is a healing thing for me because I've been a silent person watching all this stuff online.
Okay.
It's all bullshit. None of it's true. So that's the reason why I'm willing to stay here and talk.
All right, sure. I guess that's 3 questions then, because someone asked, I guess, why didn't you put your foot down with him?
We did many times. He came to my house.
But he just kept deflecting, and
he's a deflector. He's lying. He's a liar, bro.
Sure.
I mean, the guy came to my house 4 different times. I've been to his house 2 or 3 times in San Diego, and I live up in Woodland Hills. So, pretty much, I mean, I had a meeting with him and Rob. Oh, I'll send you emails, and you'll be shocked.
Okay.
What the emails say. They'd be like, look, we need this. We need proper.
I'm already shocked.
We need proper filings, proper tax returns. We need this. We need this.
Sure.
I've never seen a company tax return since I've been in the company. As a shareholder, okay, and a creditor. Not one time. Not one time. Never seen a tax return. For anyone listening, you ever invest in anybody's shit, okay, you have rights as an investor in their business. And you have rights to see tax returns, books and records, and bank statements. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's your right. Did I ever see any of that? No, I did not.
Okay. What do you think Jason's response is going to be after all this? Do you think he's going to defend himself, or how will
Are you mean Steven's response or my response?
Steven. Like, what do you think he's going to do? What's his next move? I guess. What's your prediction?
Everything I've said is factual. What's he going to say? What's he going to say? I mean, like, okay, I don't like the way he cusses and says fucking does. Like, who cares? Like, you know, it's like, I don't really know. The F word is an adjective. Go look up on YouTube the word fuck. You'll find a whole list of noun, verb, adjective. Okay, so what's he going to say? He hurt my you know? Steven.
Someone.
Okay, so I don't care. I don't care what he does. What are you going to sue me for? Slander, libel, calling you a piece of shit? Okay, go ahead. Like I really care. You know, like wait. Go ahead. Bring it on, Steven. I'm good.
Okay.
So I don't care what Steven does. I just wanted to set the record straight for all the people that believed his bullshit internet story, whatever the fuck he would post. I put 30 million, 50 million, 60 million, $100 million of my own money into this company. But
okay.
None of that is accurate.
Right.
So not only did he defraud his investors, he defrauded the entire community.
Right.
The entire community.
The community is now asking, what are your future plans to recoup funds? How do you plan to sell the project?
Yeah, I told you.
Right.
Casper, I'm going to keep you in. I have no idea.
Yeah, you keep me in the loop? You keep me in the loop?
Keep in the loop.
Okay.
100%.
All right.
Rob's in charge of that. There's some ideas. There's some people that used to be, there's some people that through one of my associates, I introduced to Rob Dawson at a dinner in Beverly Hills a week and a half ago. I'm not going to, I'll tell you privately, Casper, but
sure.
The person was with one of the biggest companies in the industry for 11 years.
Okay.
And has his own IPs and his own desires. And so, but but I don't know if that'll be just the tech or if that'll be for Ashes. As far as Ashes goes, Rob's been looking at options. The problem is when you literally don't have any technical experience,
right? And
you're sitting there where Steven has poisoned the entire staff against the board,
right?
Which is such a fucking cockroach fucking thing because
sure.
The board literally has only been a board recently. Okay, what happened to the board that Steven should have had 8 or 9 years ago?
Right.
It doesn't exist. So, you know, I don't know. And but really at this point in time, there's no board. It's Rob Dawson and his decisions of what he's going to do in the future. He's the guy that put in $80 million, of his own resources.
Okay.
So, you know, not someone else's money. Rob didn't borrow money from someone else. That's Rob's own personal money.
A couple more questions. Did Steven's mom ever contact you after all this, or because you seem like friends?
Contact and text.
Okay.
You want me to read? You want me to read what I wrote her? Yeah.
Sure.
That'll light this call up. Hold on. Oh, people will love this shit.
Okay. All right.
Oh, you know what? I know what. My other battery in my other phone. Let me see if it's. I might have gone dead. So,
sure.
Yeah. I'll send you that. You can do a follow up. I think I could find it. But
sure.
Basically, what I said is I said, you know, one of her sons is in a mental institution. Okay. The other son's a very smart guy. His name's Tim.
That's the nutrition guy, right? 310. Yeah.
Tim hates basically his brother. So, you know, that's a whole.
The brother in the mental institution, or the brother?
No, he hates Steven Sharif.
Oh, okay. We got the impression that Steven handed off Ashes of Creation merchandise to his brother to sell.
I don't know if that's
because his brother's company is the one selling Ashes of Creation merchandise next to this.
Oh, I don't know.
On Amazon.
So this is on Monday, February 2nd.
Okay.
Your son, this is the Sharon.
Sharon.
Your son has destroyed the business, and you have no idea what's coming soon. All of you lying piece of shit. Okay, son. Hope you. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses.
You're good.
Hope you both rot in hell for destroying everyone's lives. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Just a pathological narcissistic personality disorder, worse than Mark, your other son. Is it your DNA in your sons? Okay. or your ex-husbands that create these kind of human beings that lie, cheat, steal, and make everyone believe they are honored. Okay?
Fuck me.
He's destroyed my life and Tom and Bethany's life and so many other people's. Okay?
Thank you
Because
so
he's a
much for your
narcissist.
work
He
on
should
this.
be
So
locked
fun to see
up
when liars
like
get
Mark
caught.
in an
Smile.
asylum. Such a liar, cheat, thief. I can't believe this is scumbag of your DNA. Wish you never given birth to such a human scum. You have given birth to the worst of your 3 children. It is not Mark that's the devil and has issues. It's your son Stephen that destroyed everyone's lives. You should have had an abortion. And she goes, it's a shame in her response. Why, right? Yeah, it's a shame on you, okay, for lying to me.
Oh, that's okay.
That was it.
Okay, well, that was a lot from you, but not a lot from her.
If you can tell that I'm heated up and I'm pissed.
Yes, I can tell.
Steven just fucked up and railroaded the entire fucking company.
Yes.
So, okay, next question.
You're hilarious, Jason.
You're next.
Okay, we'll keep it going. Hold on. There's a lot of people here now, so I'm gonna look through the questions. All right. Someone asked, were you hoping to play the MMO as well, Jason?
Of course. I mean, I wanted to see it go. I mean, am I an MMO guy? No, I'm not. I'm not going to lie about that.
Right.
Have I ever played an MMO? No. I mean, I had a bunch of friends. You know, you saw it in the text. I had a bunch of friends, children and kids that wanted to have access and early access to it, and I hooked them up. And Steven sent me some swag, and you know, and I got them some early access. I don't know if they played or not.
Sure.
I've never played the game, to be quite honest. I've watched probably about, I don't know, close to about 300 or 400 hours worth of YouTube videos, including all of yours. So, yeah, so I've been, you know, so I've watched all the players play, and that's how I would, you know, I would learn about my investment as I would go onto YouTube, and I would just watch all the gamers talk about it, and,
right.
And, I've watched all of Narc's videos, and he came out early and said there's a piece of shit, which I agree. Okay, and you know, and
so you've kept up on the YouTube side.
Yeah. I'm
okay.
Asmon Golden, Narc, and you know, and you and a bunch of other guys. Yeah, I follow. I'm just kind of I'm a geeky guy at home, and I sit there and you know, and I just watch other people's talk about stuff. Is how I kind of just chill and watch stuff for 2-3. You know, for a while I was watching probably an hour of stuff a day, and then you know, and then it kind of, you know, recently I've watched a lot more because of all the rhetoric and everything going on.
I mean, was it infuriating to kind of sit through all those videos and listen to everyone?
What's been infuriating is like just watching how someone could be so inauthentic on so many different levels to so many different people. I mean, why couldn't you just be honest and tell people, hey, you know what? You know, why couldn't you just say, hey, I'm a gamer with a vision? I mean, why couldn't, and why couldn't you just tell people, you know, from an honest position that, hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm the creative director. I 100% control the company. I've taken on some partners because, you know, I needed to raise money. I don't have hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
Why didn't he do that from day one? I don't know.
Exactly.
That is what pisses me off, because, you know, and then the story that he tells everyone, but it's not just all the gamers.
Right.
It's the over 100, 200 employees that he had.
Right.
They all bought it too. They all believe that he's the Pied Piper.
No, I didn't forget. Nephis, yo bitch ass.
Do you have any do you have any opinions on the actual gameplay of the game?
Okay. I don't want to say anything about the gameplay because that would be like me talking about something
Fair.
You know, it's like it's like me, if you want to talk about multi-level marketing, which no one on this call wants to hear or talk about.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I can tell you about that, which, you know, I'm an expert in that field because I've built many companies all over the world. I've traveled I've traveled to, Asia probably,
Sure.
over 600-700 times. I told you before, I had offices in
Right.
Seoul and Busan and a couple other places. So, I've been all over the place.
And now you have different investments, different businesses.
Yes.
Yep. He already answered that. I'm just looking at a lot of questions, the same questions now at this point. Why didn't the board come on? Why didn't they force Steven early? I mean, because Steven kept begging Jason and the other investors, guys, not to basically, in his perspective, derail the company or make things public to where the company might be affected adversely.
Steven was worried about affecting what I would call anyone knowing the reality of the truth behind the curtain. It's like, okay, you pull the curtain back and you go, oh, he's not, there's no Wizard of Oz. It's all bullshit. Just a guy. Okay. So that why any of us, and there really was no board. I mean, literally all this stuff happened by us forcing him. Like Rob had to force him. Okay. Otherwise, Rob would have to say, Steven, I'm not sending you any money unless you sign this contract. Steven, I'm not sending any money unless you agree to this. Steven, I'm not sending any money. It literally became that type of a relationship.
Right. And it just kept going.
It kept going and getting worse and worse. And then you look at it from, from Rob's perspective, relatively speaking, you get to a point financially where you just can't take it anymore.
Sure.
I mean, I don't care who you are. Most people can't comprehend. Okay, let's look at it from this standpoint. I'm not saying anything negative about anyone that's listening now. I don't know anybody's financial situation. I don't have Rob's money.
Right.
Anybody that has $90 million of money, they had to make at least, okay, $150 million in gross net income to pay the government their share. So you have after-tax dollars. It's $90 million of after-tax dollars that Rob put into this thing. So I feel bad for him. He's the most important person I feel bad for.
I see.
When we were at dinner in Beverly Hills, at a nice hotel, where Rob was staying at, the Beverly Hills, and the Polo Lounge, I just started bawling my eyes out in front of my wife, in front of my child that was there, in front of his wife and a couple other people, just because I felt so bad for what has happened. And I had nothing to do with it. It's all fucking, it's the narcissist dude that's all over the internet telling people that he put in 30, 40, I don't know what he said. I mean, I know it's millions and millions of dollars that he's claimed that he put into the company, and none of that is true. None of that exists.
Sure. A lot of people are picking up on Steven's kind of comments towards his Chinese partners because, iDream Sky, that you remember that. And how did you feel about Steven just bad-mouthing the Chinese?
Well, I mean, look, I've done events where I've spoken on stage.
Sure.
Google that, where I'm speaking in front of 20,000 people, and they're all Chinese. So, I think that, was he venting? Yes. Do I think he's racist? No. I think he's a greedy piece of fucking shit. Okay, and a narcissist. But I just think he was pissed off that, whatever happened. Now, have I ever seen an iDream Sky contract or a 10-cent contract?
Yeah, he sent you pictures.
He sent me pictures of meetings and all kinds of horse shit. I don't know what's real or what's not real. That's the problem. And a lot of people really don't. Do I believe that there were meetings where, someone reneged? Maybe they did. I don't know. I mean, the only reason why I gave him more money back then is because he told me that more money was coming in and he'd be able to pay me back.
Right.
So, all that again is lie. So, okay, next question.
Did Steven ever tell you guys that he promised players hundreds of times that there is no board, there's no public investors?
Repeat that one more time. Did Steven ever tell me?
Yeah, that what he told players. Like, did he ever report that, or did he just give you?
No. Unless unless I went online to see some of his crazy antics or shit that he would say, you know, no. I mean, it's like, no, Steven would never tell anybody what he was doing.
Okay. So basically, Steven essentially had full control even up until the Steam launch and past that until Rob set his foot down in late January.
Yeah, it literally things started, I would say, like after January 10th or so. That was kind of like when Rob said, look, we didn't, you know, Rob literally said, you know,
No, I didn't forget.
I can't afford to spend the kind of money that I've been spending at a pace at $2.5 million a month. So Aaron, Teresa, and him got together and they literally put a plan together, and then they sent and they told me, well, and I got a legal notice from Rob's lawyers about, you know, what's going to happen, and it was basically a foreclosure notice that Rob's foreclosing on the assets. Okay, but this again was never going to be public. We were just going to take the Intrepid and Ashes of Creation assets and put it into the new company, and then the new company was going to have a raise of about 25. I told you this before earlier about a raise of about 25% of the total amount of money. So we were going to raise from everybody, had to come up with 25% of what they put in to stay in as equity shareholders. Well, Stephen had no money, okay, and Stephen never put in any money, okay, and Stephen wanted to be given free basically equity for not putting up any money. And that's why the greedy piece of shit left.
Do you know where, like, have you ever had any contact with him since then? Has anyone?
No. Last time, you know, I told him, I mean, I could look on my phone and see the last text messages. I think what the PDF that I sent you, I think was a last backup that I did on Decipher messaging. It was, I think it ended in, what year did that end? Was that 2023 or 2022?
I think it was 2022. But that was like not relevant to the.
So I have messages that I can get you. I just got to go and download my iPhone and then download it into the app and then print out a PDF and then go from there. But I have all that I could get you. But yeah, there's a lot more. There's another 3 years plus all the emails and everything else.
Sure. So, you know, I involved you in the creative process because I want to make sure you're part of it, make sure that nothing bad or what you don't want leaks out.
Well, no, I get that.
Yeah, do you know that Steven is still controlling the Ashes Discord server? I think you watched the draft video. I don't know if you caught that, but he's still lurking in the official Discord server for the company.
Yeah, I have no idea about any of that.
Okay. Well, you're not familiar with Discord. You're not, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know.
Pac-Man.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry.
No, he's not, guys, he's not familiar with Discord. But so basically Discord is like a chat messenger, and you can have servers for your friends or groups of people or communities, and you can make announcements to those people or message them, you know, send pictures, whatever, just like a phone.
Like a Slack.
Yeah, it's a Slack, but for gamers.
Oh, it's like a Slack, okay.
And the more casual, non-office usage. So it's a Slack basically, and there were over 200,000 people in the Discord server. Now I think there's about 180,000. And a lot of people keep, you know, pinging him, asking where he is or what happened, and he's not really budging because he keeps saying there's legal issues, there's court filings, the truth will come out. But he said that last week, and nothing's come out except what you shared. I think you really did the community a service in terms of, no matter what, really, what anyone thinks of your ventures. I think you really did the community a service because no one knew anything. It was everybody was in the dark. All we could do was look at what public information was available from last year to now, and just kind of speculate.
Yeah.
So he's still in that server. He actually timed me out last week after I posted the last video about him moderating that server.
He's just he's not a good human being, man. It's just, you know, I can't. I mean, my venom towards him is so beyond. I mean, you have no idea because like, I need that money back. I'm not gonna lie. That's
I mean,
a lot of
it's
money.
$10-12 million dollars you need back. You know.
And I'm an older father. I just had a 4-month-old baby. I have a younger wife, and you know, and she's seen me stressed out, you know, crying at night over all this shit. I mean, it's horrible. I mean, it's like, you know, and Steven doesn't understand the damage that he's done to good people, like including. What about all the people that just bought shit a month ago? Or what about all the people that were, you know, testing and doing stuff and paying for stuff? I mean, what? They all just get, you know, it's like, yeah, they all get, you know, shit too. It's like, you know, the whole thing.
Okay.
I'm just trying to pull up my other phone on.
We have a lot of repeat questions in the chat at this point. Does anyone have new questions or... I see. Okay. Someone wants to ask, do you feel that Ashes of Creation and Intrepid Studios, by extension, was a long-term scam, or it was just Steven making terrible business decisions?
Well, I think that there's a couple things. So one is, I think that Steven did a lot of his own bullshit shenanigans with. You know, he did a lot of bullshit, you know. Yeah, the last text message I sent him was in 2024.
Okay.
And it said, "Lose my fucking number."
He never replied.
No.
Okay.
Because all he was doing, I have some crypto assets, and pretty much what he did is he was just like, you know, I think he just wanted more money out of me. So
sure.
It was just another douchey move for him to try to suck money out of me. But yeah. So yeah, I don't really have any I have no sense of remorse for anything that I've said on this call about him, because all the people that he's screwed over, it's bad.
Okay.
And it's only in for him. It's just going to get uglier, because you're going to watch. You're going to see. Like you told me, there's a lawsuit from TFE Games. You want me to see? And I just got home, guys, so I can see who. I can pull up TFE Games, and I can tell you what the amount was for, and I pull the Google Drive up.
We already answered this question while you're looking through your Google Drive. If, like, Steven essentially did not want to lose equity or control the company, even though he had 4% or so equity. The board put their foot down because the board, I think, was not even a week old. They finally put their...
I don't know when, like, Steven calls it a board. I don't even know.
Well, it just, yeah. It just sounds like Robert Dawson got fed up, like you said, called the other investors and tried to approach Steven, and Steven said no, and then he basically spitefully got rid of the $3.7 million
no, I didn't forget.
from Valve, and yeah, and that was a payroll for employees, and now he's gone. Yep. That's basically the recap.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay, there's FET Holdings. That's not it. Let me go back.
We're not aware of any deals Steven tried to make or amend. No one knows where Steven is or what he will do. What is the plan to extract money from the rest of Ash's assets? That's up to investors.
Mainly, I think that so there are conversations that have been had that I'm aware of by Rob and other people, that they want to find a way to try to keep Ashes alive. The problem is it's such a fucking clusterfuck, because, okay, like, for an example, Steven convinced all the employees not to communicate with Rob Dawson and blamed Rob Dawson for everything. Now, what's happening is the guy that's in charge of whatever the the I don't know. I'm not, the access to all the server and all the information, everything else. Okay. The head person that was the head computer programmer isn't returning Rob Dawson's phone calls. So
Okay.
it's like, so it's just going to get, so Rob's going to have to maybe sue that person for not communicating and taking, I don't know. I mean, nobody really knows. It's like,
So even the investors are in the dark. They're just trying to.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, everyone's just trying to figure shit out.
Would it help if, like, the employees reached out?
If there's any employees listening, contact Casper on and get in touch with him, and he'll give you my phone number. You can call me directly. I'd love to talk to you.
Okay.
Because everything that, Casper, I'm just going to send you this fucking Google Drive. I don't want it all going public out in the public domain.
No.
So I'm just going to figure this out.
I'm not going to show it on.
Agreements.
I'm not going to show it to. How many people do you have in here at this point?
Yeah.
800 people? 800, 900 people?
Yeah.
What
else would you guys like to know?
I think someone wanted to let you know that Steven right now is active in the Discord. The Slack I told you about. He's kicking people actively. I think apparently he's watching. I don't know.
Great. Tell him I said, hey, go fuck yourself, Steven, if you're watching or listening.
I didn't hear you. Okay, cool.
And do it with a really big dildo that you need, really, after you fucked everybody over. Hope he's fucking listening. Remember the conversation we had on my balcony? Do you remember that, Jason Karamanitz, on my balcony? That's the same guy that you just unleashed. God bless you.
Okay.
Fucker. We had a big fight. And he almost fucking started crying on my balcony, little pussy. Fucking.
Okay.
Now, I did say some very derogatory things on my table. I'm not going to say them in the public domain to Steven's face. And he did not like it. Now, anyone that says that pretty much that I'm homophobic, my dad marched on DC, and pretty much my dad came out when I was 8 years old, and my dad died of AIDS, and my dad marched on DC. So, no one can talk shit about me or how I feel about. People that are pieces of shit are pieces of shit. John and Steven, cockroaches, pieces of shit. There are other gay people that I have. They're some of my good friends. Okay, but those two guys, pieces of shit.
Okay.
They make anyone in the gay community look bad. They're horrible human beings.
Someone said, if you're looking to sue Steve and Jason, is it purely on principle at this point, or are you looking to reclaim money, or what?
I don't know what Steven has. Oh, yeah, I'd like to get all my money back. Am I going to reclaim anything from the broke dick fucker? No, the guy's a broke dick motherfucking cockroach loser that just scammed everybody. Do I think he has anything? Absolutely not. He'll probably live on his mom's couch the rest of his life. No one's going to ever hire him in the gaming community. He's a fraud. So when all the lawsuits come out against him, I mean, he's like, oh, I'm threatening the board. I'm going to sue someone. I'm like, who the fuck is he going to sue? And for what? What's he going to sue him for? He's a dumb fuck. He's a narcissistic dumb fuck that built his own stupid persona because he allowed all these fans, okay, to blow up, smoke up his ass for so long because they thought that he was the Messiah. Brand new MMO. Steven's a god. Steven pretty much is worth $100 million and funded this all by him lonesome himself. That's the shit that just irks me. He's that much of a cockroach.
Okay.
So, my feelings about Steven.
Yes. Do you know who made the decision to go launch the game on Steam or Valve?
I do not. I do not. I could find out probably. I'm assuming that was something that Steven made the decision to do. I don't know the answer. I'll be honest, I don't know that answer. I could probably find out from Rob. So, yeah.
I see. Okay. So it sounds like at this point, we're just all waiting on information. You keep us in the loop, and I'll see if I can forward any employees your way.
I'll get more information to you, bro. I mean, it's like, I told you before, I'm very thankful to you, because, you don't know me, and, you got my information. So, So, you know.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. Do you have anything else you want to say to these everybody in the community?
No, I am sad. You know, so I think that it's sad. It's sad for all of us, because at the end of the day, from my perspective, there's no reason why Steven's ego and greed should have buried the company.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able, if I send you an email, are you able to post something if I sent you an email?
Yeah, sure.
Like right now?
Post it where?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, you're on your thing. Okay. Or put it on your
my screen.
Well, I was just you know what we should probably do is you know, we should probably do another, like what I'll do is I'll get you more emails, more content.
Sure.
You know, and you can, you know, do what you do best, which is, like, you know, I think you're awesome at doing this. And look, for anyone, you know, I actually want to help, you know, Casper make some money and some other shit, because like, he never asked me for a fucking penny, didn't ask me for a dime, didn't ask me, and did all this on his own. And I'm like, man, you know, it's like, I know you guys have a whole new respect level for me, from, you know, how you guys create content and what you guys do to create the storyboarding of what you do. It's something I've never done before. I kind of missed that boat. I should have done it 15 years ago, and I decided to say I don't want to do social media. So, but, you know, I really appreciate what you've done. And it's funny. So I just got an email from a gentleman by the name of Theory Forge. Said, we didn't get a chance to connect, but I just listened to your talk on this live stream. I appreciate you speaking up so that the community can hear the truth. We are pissed. I agree with you. I'm continuing to cover this whole thing as well. I look forward to seeing your lawsuit. I have contacts with an intrepid that would like to speak with you. If you got a chance, thanks again. Here's it. And put out nice lawsuit. Okay, that's very nice. Tell him thank you very much. I'll send him an email. So,
he's probably listening. Yep. Do you know when you're going to file your lawsuit? Or not
I have no idea. The only problem with filing a lawsuit is I have to get information. So the problem for me is, okay, so I have to go through and I have to create when it happened, why it happened, what the situation was, and I have to put that all down. You've helped me a little bit because I actually sent your
timeline.
Timeline. I have to put the whole timelines together.
Yeah.
The lies, when I found out about it, the fraud, all this stuff.
You might have to add more numbers to it too, just in case.
Yeah, probably. 100%.
I guess this is my personal question, and you may not know this because Robert is dealing with all this for the most part, which is, I would love to talk to him if you can set that up. But do you have any plans for the employees or the former employees, the developers?
We don't know.
We don't know.
The problem is that Steven has done such a hatchet job.
Yeah.
Against the guys that gave him $100 million fucking dollars. Okay, and he does a hatchet job to him. Why would you do that, bro? I mean, you know, why? Because you're a greedy fuck. All the years I could have helped you, all the emails that I wrote you.
Right. I think people watching the video will really get a sense of that. And I think a lot of people will really wonder why you really helped them so much. but like you said,
well, you know. I could say that as I said.
Yes.
You know,
as you said.
You know, yeah, you know, as I said, you know, and sometimes in life, we want to believe that other people are going to help us grow our net worth. I had a goal, and my goal was to I made a lot of money with that company, Jeunesse, with Robert Dawson. You know, I made Robert Dawson a lot of money, and he's a great man. The other two of his partners are fucking idiots. That was the other two owners, Wendy and Randy. And they're the reasons why Jeunesse went out of business.
I see.
So, you know, and, you know, it had an amazing run all around the world selling basically, you know, cosmetic products. So, and, you know, and yeah, so I made a lot of money selling skincare products. The part that I think that is damaging to like everybody in the community and all the investors and the employees is like, Steve wasn't authentic. We're telling the truth.
Okay.
It was always just a fucking smoke and mirrors to everybody, you know, as you can see in the text messages. So,
Right.
I got another 20 minutes to go before I gotta spend time with the wifey and the baby.
No, I should let you. We should let you go now. I think.
You sure? No more questions?
I think people have questions, but it's questions we can't answer now, or questions you just don't know about. It's like some tech stuff, and we already answered a bunch of the repeat questions I'm seeing here. But yeah, thank you so much for giving us the information, Jason. Really appreciate it.
No problem, Casper. I appreciate your time too, and anyone that's listening or on the phone. You know, all your time's valuable. The time you put into the community, the time you put into playing the game, the time you put into listening. You know, and you know, as I said, I feel bad for everybody. None of us that has put in a dime, and I don't want to start crying in front of all you guys, but none of us, I swear to you, none of us wanted the deal to fall apart. Okay? It was just that Steven made chess moves to screw Rob over. Okay? And what I would really ask Steven is, why? When all we would do is give you fucking all of our life savings. Okay? And if Steven's listening to me, go call your mom and ask him what's going on with Tom and Bethany, okay, and why you destroyed them. They're not like me. They don't have other businesses. They've lost everything because of you. And they're in their 70s, bro. They're never going to come back from this. And all the people that believed in you and all the people in the community, yeah, it's bad, okay? And those are people that have been friends with his mom since Steven was a baby. Like 35, 40 years.
Oh, it's like childhood family,
Yeah,
like friends.
like
Okay.
Friends. It took their life savings.
How much did Tom and Bethany lose?
$2 million.
$2 million. I see. Yeah. I think we're gonna kind of take this all in. And I'll let you go, and please have a great time with your wife and child.
If anyone reaches out to you, okay, I'm okay with you giving them my phone number. Okay.
Sure thing.
Okay. Thanks, bro.
All right. See you in a bit.
Have a great night, everyone. God bless
You as well.
Bye-bye.
Happy Valentine's.
Okay. Same to you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Why not? All right, my arms are, dude, my wrist is fucking tired from holding. I kept.
You.
What?
You made me get up.
Because I was trying. I was trying to. I was trying to hold the phone to the mic.
To get your charger?
You damn like Luffy from One Piece or something. What the? All
You
right.
literally could have set
Hey,
the phone down.
I'm
Heard
doing
it.
this.
The mic would have heard it. The
Oh,
mic can hear
damn it.
me over here.
What? Why are you guys taking back a slide, bruh?
On your desk. But instead, you had me minding my own business, I'll have you know, over here in my space. You had me get up, walk right to the...
No. Okay, I could have probably done it.
Hey, look.
What the? Are you SpongeBob?
No. You clearly don't.
Okay. All right. Well, I wasn't recording any of that, by the way. I just got surprised by him calling me, but I can just go back and download the VOD. Yeah, whatever. We'll upload that to YouTube and kind of clean up. Okay, so there's a bunch of people in the chat asking, I don't know if it's like the same person or there's a bunch of people asking about tech shit. All right. You might have come in late, but Jason, he's not a tech guy. He's not a gaming guy. He doesn't even know what the fuck Discord is. He's just a fucking guy who had money and invested in this shit. So anyway, a lot of this, some of the higher level stuff, he won't know until he talks to the guy who now owns the IP, apparently, because he had majority shares and he put the most money in $90 million plus, Robert Dawson. And I'll let you guys know if there's like any updates or something. And I'll keep you guys in the loop because he'll keep me in the loop and so on. And if you are an employee or if you are a former employee of Intrepid Studios, then definitely email me And I'll forward you to him because he would love to talk to the actual former employees. And I don't know, they're also, it seems like they're in the dark too, but it is kind of wild. The situation was Steven was offered a choice between continuing Intrepid Studios and Nash's creation, although not as an owner and not with equity, or whatever the fuck he did. I think that he didn't tell me that well, he told me about the Valve fund, and that Steven had told the bank about that because of the loan that he owed the bank, or the Intrepid Studios owed the bank. What I didn't know was that Valve fund of $3.7 million was meant for employee payroll. I think that's so fucked up, dude. But yeah, there's a bunch of questions about tech, like why are the servers still on? The fucking Jason wouldn't know that, so I didn't ask him. I asked him questions that I felt like he could answer or would be able to answer. Verify their actual employees. Of course, I'm gonna ask. Hey, can you verify that you were an employee at Intrepid Studios? You know, I should do a stream with Kira TV. So like, I'm not overly familiar with the other content creators that people have mentioned to me. I mean, if they want to collab, we can collab. Kira big man, you might not want to. Why not? Yeah, that's fucked up. I mean, Steam might release the letter. I'm gonna try, because I already talked to Jason about maybe publishing the lawyer's letter to Valve, and he said yeah. And it sounds like he's got a bunch more shit in his files. He's got QuickBook for, you know, taxes / accounting. He wants to send me. He wants to send me text messages from Steven and him between what 2022, 2023 to 2022 to 2024. I don't know if that's really relevant or even really needed, but I can process those as well, just like I did for this recent video. You knew Becca was gonna yell at me when we saw her expression earlier? Okay. Jason didn't even know about the Steam launch, really? Yeah, it sounds like he kind of kept up with Ashes of Creation news on YouTube, even as an investor. Sounds like Steven kind of stonewalled everybody. Osman Golden was mentioning when we reacted to this. Okay. What we can do actually is, you know, Kodiak and Turtle, I think, as well mentioned it earlier. We can like make a list of questions you would want to ask to the investors or Jason. So we can do that right now real quick. It's pretty wild to know the narc drama and not know the game was going to Steam, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. Okay, how about you want me to take the VOD into YouTube right now? What time is it, dude? 9:49. How about we stream until about 10:15, and then I'll do a quick download, quick edit, then just fucking upload it. I'll just do some random ass thumbnails. Cut the phone call. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I know. So a lot of people in chat were going kind of crazy earlier. Is Steven banning you guys? Is Steven kicking people? You know what's so fucking shocking? You know what's so fucking... I'm not banned yet. He timed me out for a week last week, and I got untimed out today. But he hasn't banned me yet? It's kind of...
Maybe he just can't help but watch...
Steven, if you're there... Steven, if you're there, I'm willing to offer you an interview, bro. If you're there, just email me. I can get you on the stream. I can get you on, you know, if you don't want to be on the stream, we can do recording. I think everyone wants to know all the information possible, if you're still listening, because apparently he was. I mean, do you guys even... You guys want to hear from Steven, right? Get his side of the story or whatever. Of course we do. Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I am more interested in the psychology of the business decisions. I'm like, okay, I mean, if these are true, right? But judging from, I think a former employee was in chat earlier, and of course we haven't verified their identity or anything, but they did say things that aligned with what we put in the video. But I would love to like get his side of the story, see the psychology of his. Get Steven and Jason on the call together and then in the boxing ring. Oh my god. I don't know. I can feel. Do you guys even listen to when he went, when he read that fucking text, that vicious ass text message to Steven's mom? Were you guys even here for that shit? I was like, my neck was warming up. I was like, holy shit. Like, you know what I mean? I was like, I don't know if this is legal. I was like, God, please don't say something that'll get me banned. Like, I was like, all right, interesting. But it was very, I mean, he's fucking, dude, he's pissed. I've talked to that Jason in a normal setting, in a non-ranting setting. He's called me when he was having dinner at like Cheesecake Factory, as he mentioned. He's like really chill, but this call was like fucking, he was mad. I haven't heard him mad until like today, bro. What about that old couple? Holy shit! Yeah, I think he called them Tom and Bethany. They had $2 million, and he convinced them to invest, and now the $2 million is gone. And they're not MLM people. They're not like Rob Dawson, or they're not like, they don't have investments like our friend Jason over here, right? So that $2 million was their savings, I guess, for retirement. I mean, they're 70. What was it in their 70s? That's fucking crazy, dude. Robbing the fucking elderly. That's like a faux pas in all the cultures of the world, like straight up. That's crazy. So I'm trying to keep up with chat. So just a heads up, Becca and I, we're not streaming tomorrow. We're going to spend our day in real life. We're going to have a nice Valentine's Day. So no stream tomorrow. Does anyone have any questions we want to write down for the investors, like Rob Dawson, Jason? Bro is a B-movie villain. Sure.
Somebody wants to know if there's a GoFundMe for Tom and Bethany.
A GoFundMe for Tom and Bethany? Yeah, I can ask that. I'll text them like later tomorrow. Okay. Scamming retirees is crazy. Well, the fuck. If you have not watched the video yet, I apologize for the spoilers. But there's a message in which Steven's talking about bringing in additional investors. These are not investors like venture capitalists. These are not investors like Y Combinator or what have you. These are like, he asked his neighbors for $2 million, bro. And I think he asked a fucking jeweler, you know, for $1 million investment. He was asking people he knew in his social like life for investments. So I can totally believe Jason's claim about Tom and Bethany. They're in their 70s. They only had like $2 million in retiring savings. They thought they could make it big, and then now it's gone. So Steven's family is in debt now because of Steven. So the debt is technically under Intrepid Studios. A lot of the business loans you will see, and that I saw, including the promissory notes with Jason, were essentially between Intrepid Studios and investors. Obviously, Steven had equity, but he was giving up that equity in legally binding agreements for liquid cash. That in itself is not illegal. Yeah, my second priority, obviously, apart from the video, is making sure the employees know to reach out to me so I can forward them to the investors. I felt like there was a lot more information. I'm trying to still like let it soak into my fucking smooth brain. Steven escaped to New World. This Robert Dawson made his money in the same shitty way Steven did. I'm not aware of it, but it's, you know, Jason. No, wait, that's Steven. You mean Jason or Steven? I don't. Hey, man, message you on Discord too. Please message me. I have something you're interested in. Sure. I'll write that down right. I'll just copy paste that shit to you. Oh, wait, I got a text message from Jason. Oh, okay, that makes more sense because people were talking about the TFE lawsuit and how it wasn't 5 million. It was like, what was it? Did someone say like 140 million or 380 million or some shit? Is there information out there? How much? Does anyone know how much the TFE lawsuit is in Nevada? What is the priority board for AOC? Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll put these in. Nah, bruh. Cancel your Valentine? Excuse me? No, I can't. And I don't want to. Call Rob and Jacob Wilson to try it update. Oh, okay. Saving, I have no delusion. I'm not delusional like Steven, bro. Assuming all, I mean, just based on text messages, I'm like nowhere near as delusional. I obviously I'll joke I can be as delusional as that, but I'm not actually delusional as that.
I will agree. I call you delusional all the time.
Yeah, she calls me delusional all the time. What the? But I'm not that delusional, all right? I believe I can take on a bear and win.
Okay.
I truly believe that. You know how?
You're not helping your kid.
Hold on. There's tactics. There's stratagem. There is methodology. I'm a human with 2 thumbs, okay? And the brain, a human brain. People underestimate the brain. But anyway, I can take on a bear and win. I could probably take on maybe a gorilla. But I'll probably like come out really fucked up. Like I'll probably be paralyzed, but I'll probably still somehow win. You know what I mean? But anyway, I don't think I'm as delusional as Steven, okay? Because I don't think none of us can save Ashes of Creation. I think this is like real, because people were asking things like, "Oh, what are the investors going to do now? How are they going to get their money back?" I mean, you know, Jason kind of briefly mentioned it. Private equity probably can bring some motherfucker in. Maybe they'll try to raise capital and try to revive the project or revive some semblance of the not the IP necessarily, but the semblance of a company and try to recoup losses that way. But this is like this is entering private equity, bro. I don't really see a world in which Ashes of Creation, as it was advertised or marketed by Stephen Sharif, who we now know is very. What is this? Is this round? Jason, I'm ending streaming. 16 minutes. Okay, I'll pick it up. Hello?
Bro,
Hey, Jason.
TFE Games, that was a new entity that Rob was forming. Rob is suing Steven.
Yeah.
Remember how I said that Steven has now gotten some of the employees to side with him against Rob, okay, and playing this bullshit? So Rob is now suing. So Rob did his foreclosure. TFE was the company that was going to take over all the assets.
Okay.
And we weren't going to shut down, okay, Ashes. We were going to fund basically the new co and raise $25 million.
Okay.
For that was the entity we were all going to put our new money into. It was TFE Games.
So TFE would take over the intellectual property of Intrepid Studios.
Correct. Now because Steven is playing a fucktard and basically not willing to give Rob anything, and I don't know, just pulling all this shit out of his asshole, okay, he's going to be fucked. So TFE is Rob.
Mm-hmm. Okay, TFE is Robert Dawson. Okay.
I thought it was an investor suing Steven. It's not. Well, it is. It's Rob suing Steven, which Rob's an investor and owner and everything else, you know.
Okay.
Probably going to go criminal. This is probably going to be criminal. At some point,
I mean,
it's going to be criminal.
Many people in the chat who may or may not be lawyers, probably not lawyers, but they have said it's probably going to be both civil and criminal. So
yeah, it's definitely going to be civil, and
sure.
You know, you have to understand when you got this much kind of money, okay, and this much, you know, I mean, it's like the embezzlement took place and the lies took place basically he defrauded every investor because he told every investor a different lie. So
sure. Well, thank you for that information. That actually makes a lot more sense because someone mentioned it was like a
emailed me. The theory forge. He emailed me to my other email that you don't have. It's that.
Don't say it.
This email. So I'm gonna send you. This is my business email.
Okay.
That I actually use for most of my communications, Casper.
Sure.
So I don't use the Yaya Legacy Trust. So
okay.
This one from now on. I just sent that original. I have that email account for years. When I sign documents or I use that email for legal documents and stuff for if I have anything that I have to do through the trust. But my main business one is the one I just sent you, Dutch Trust. This guy, Theory Forge, contacted me.
Right, he's a content creator that I was made aware of today because people kept mentioning his video.
And I wrote him back. I wrote him back on literally. He wrote me, "Hello, my name." Here, I'm going to forward this to you so you can see this.
Sure.
Hold on a second. What's your email again? NEF what?
NEFAS.
Yep.
QS as in Queen and Steve at.
Yep.
protonmail.com. protonmail.com. And that's my content creator email.
Protonmail.com, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, it tells you how old school I am. I still have a yahoo.com email address.
My fiance actually also has a Yahoo email address. I mean, I have a Yahoo. I'm just saying. I think a lot of us have Yahoo.
Okay, hold on a second. NEFS. And Q what again? Q what?
QS. Q as in Queen, S as in Sam.
I got it.
Yeah.
Ed clicked on. Okay. So I literally didn't know who this guy was, and everyone's kind of, when you don't know someone, just like okay, who the fuck is emailing me or calling me? We just live in a world that's the way. We're all predispositioned to basically okay, who the fuck are you? That's just the way we are. They contacted me, okay, and I'm just, his name's Scott Anderson, so I don't know, and all I said is, who else have you contacted? The question mark, never responded. And then he responded to me about listening to your live stream, okay,
oh my God.
while we were talking on the phone.
Okay.
So I just forwarded it to you.
Yeah.
So use that email, and I'm going to love bomb you on a bunch of emails.
Okay.
Yeah, you should.
All right.
Yeah, you should. Okay, but I will start the process of figuring out how to get you all these emails over to you instead of like there's hundreds of them. So
yeah, short thing, and I would yeah, okay.
I'm looking for the ones that are the most like fucking scarring, where he's apologizing and kissing my ass about some shit. But those would be the fun ones. I hope to God that fucker was listening, because I'm like, yeah, go fuck yourself. Hey, wait, you're gonna go sue me? I dare you. Go sue Rob Dawson. I fucking dare you. It's like, if he doesn't watch it, he's gonna have a criminal. Rob's gonna go after him criminally because it's called corporate theft. Now you've stolen all the company's assets because you won't turn it over to Rob. So criminal filings are coming next. So anyway.
Okay.
If you need me for anything, just ping me or text me. I don't go to bed till usually. I'm a night owl. So if you ever try to get me in the mornings, I don't exist. But I wake up at like 11 or 12 and I go to bed at 2, 3, or 4. Like, I watched your video and I texted you. I think I went to bed at like 4:30 last night.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, cool.
All right, thank you. You too.
Tell your girlfriend I said hello.
Fiance.
Fiance.
Yeah.
Can't fuck that up. Sorry. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Okay. Do you guys ever get out to California?
Last time I went was it last year?
TwitchCon 2024.
Oh yeah, TwitchCon 2024. I was in San Diego.
Okay.
Ironically enough, I was in San Diego.
Oh, very cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys ever want to come out and hang out, you're more than welcome to.
Sure, absolutely.
I'd love
Yep.
to switch on this year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if you ever want to go to Vegas, I got a Vegas pad. If you ever want to go there and hang out in Vegas, just let me know. I don't use it that often, but my friends, and you're becoming now my friend. I think you're my friend because you've done a lot of stuff. So you take your fiance and go to Vegas. Let me know at least a month or two in advance, and you stay at my pad in Vegas. It's a penthouse overlooks the whole strip.
All right, sure thing. Thank you so much.
Okay, appreciate you, bro. Have a good night.
Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, tomorrow on Valentine's Day.
No.
I'm gonna call Jason.
Oh my god.
Then I'd be like, Jason, could you lend me just a small amount of $5 million?
I'm gonna throw something at you.
Please, Daddy Jason.
Oh
You're my God, Jason.
Stop it.
We're about to explode.
I'm-
No, I'm just fucking around. I don't do that.
that you're using.
It's my seductive voice for the voice acting stuff. Oh, anyway, whatever. not the explosion part. All right, the one part before that. But anyway, I'm gonna love bomb him tomorrow. I'm like, hey, Jason, I just need a small loan of $1 billion. But anyway, am I banned now? Oh yeah, I'm banned.
Officially?
Yeah. Wait.
Nope.
No. Wait. No, I'm still here.
Okay.
I just didn't, for some reason, see the icon. It just like glitched out. I'm still in the official Discord server. If you guys are not in our Discord server, definitely join it. It's very simple. It's discord.gg/Nefas, Nefas. Because I'll probably get banned. And then you can ping me in my Discord whenever. Just cleared like 20 pings from that official server. The thing is, where does John Moore fit in this? John Moore is the husband of Steven. We got 7 minutes left on the stream. Does anyone have any questions for the investors or Jason or whatever? Odds on some apology statement? 0. Or 0.1%. Oh my god, that's such an old Discord. Oh my god. Neither of those Discord links work. What? Oh, that's bot Ricks. That's why it's outdated. God damn it. How can we get this info out to the devs? The video. Berserk Discord. Fuck you, Kodiak. Brian. Oh my god. The apology would be gaslighting community. I'll put it in YouTube chat as well, because, yeah.
I love how my stream has an updated Discord link, but your stream doesn't have an updated Discord link for your server. Wild.
I'm just chilling. I'm just a ghoul.
No star.
I'm just a YouTuber, bro. I'm just a frail Asian man somewhere floating around. All right. So we got like 5 minutes left. If anyone has any questions for the investors, Robert Dawson or Jason, tell me now, or you can just put it in the Discord server after we end the stream. What do you guys want to talk about? We never finished the video with me and Becca, because Becca hasn't even watched the full video. So that's what was your favorite part of the video? I think crashing out as Jason. I could not keep a straight face with some of his text messages. Like when I was saying, "Don't be a pussy and call your mom," I like cracked up like fucking 2 times in a row. Dude, I had to like re-record. Are you gonna take us to the Las Vegas penthouse? Sure, guys. We're all invited. We'll stream.
I'm staying home.
No, fine. Don't call my mom, Jason. I'm so shocked he hasn't banned me. He's banned so many people in the chat, but he hasn't banned me. Is it because like I don't get it? I don't get it. Why would you not ban me? Now we need messages from Rob. I'm like Jason said, he's gonna keep me in the loop and maybe introduce me to Rob Dawson and some of the other investors. I've already met some of his other friends through the phone. Because he wants to monitor me. It's because he's gathering evidence to sue me. Oh, he can fucking try. Come on. What the fuck? I'm not afraid of a lawsuit or anything. He can try. I'm the guy who fucking spilled fucking sewage on ZeniMax and just fucking walked away. No lawsuit there because they know if they tried, I'd just do a lawsuit back. I don't give a fuck. He ban you for far less. Yeah, no, I'll try to get word out to the boys. ESO spared my ass. Don't get too confident, bro. I hope you understand, Brian, that a lot of this shit we're seeing from Ashes or whatever, or some of the other MMOs, same shit over there, dude. To say that right here, some fucked up shit over there too, behind the scenes. Because the devs there, former and current, have reached out to me. What was it, like 5 months ago at this point? And there's content creators over there just fucking complain to me in the fucking Discord DMs all the time. It's crazy. He made an IRL MMO with lawsuit combat. I think there was a former employee in here. Beep Bop. Yeah. Again, we can't verify identities through Twitch. And they said they wanted to remain anonymous. So, you know. But email me if you are an employee, or were an employee. What time is it? It's 10:13. 2 more minutes. Becca, what's your favorite part of the video? How is the video doing, by the way, guys?
Seems to be doing well.
I have no idea. I haven't checked on it since like 4 hours ago.
Check on it every so often.
16,800 views. Not bad. I'm actually quite happy with that. Hearing dildo during what, the interview? Tonight's video is going to go full viral, and Osmond will watch it. I'm calling it. I think Shinzu lost the bet. Shinzu's like 7.8k views in 24 hours. Someone in my Discord server, Pixel in my Discord server, said you'll be a source of information for him. You'll be interested to see. He'll be interested to see what info you're getting now. I feel like there's nothing more. You know, like I know Jason keeps saying there's like more info and shit, but I feel like most of the info is gonna be focused on moving forward. Track me. Track me? Okay. Like, what else is there to be said apart from me asking Steven, hey, yo, Steven, you want to talk about this shit? You want to clarify some things? Is Jason lying? What happened exactly? You know? Apart from that, I don't see anything else apart from like really fucked up shit. You know, I haven't seen anything in particular from the workplace side where a lot of people seem to say he was just a very nice guy. But, you know, that seems to vary as well right now. Exactly. Like a lot of you kept asking, what's Robert Dawson going to do? What's this company going to do now? What are you know what I mean? He kind of indirectly answered that. They wanted to put TFE Gaming in charge of Intrepid because I guess Intrepid's, I mean, defunct. It's going to be hard taking out loans if they need it for Intrepid. So, and I mean, it just genuinely does sound like they do, for better or worse, for money. I mean, at least you'll get something that exists. For better or worse, they might be able to get the IP for Ashes and somehow, you know, recruit the talent for that. But I think that's going to take a while. Just based on the $140 million that Jason was talking about, which doesn't include the loans that they don't know about, then that's a lot of money to recover before you reinvest it, guys, and spend it again. That's fucking crazy. I think it's hard to kind of grasp that much money when we're talking about it as if it's a fucking normal transaction, you know. We never know. We shorted in predicting. I was surprised that he called me while I was streaming. I told him, hey, I'll call you after a stream or something. Then he calls me. I'm like, hey, you're on stream. Just be aware. Ask Rob if any streamer was paid or invested into AOC. I think the only thing we have is a text message between Jason and Steven about Steven wanting to pay Team Liquid $300,000, but that was back in like 2019. If anyone wants to share clips from the stream, you can also do that in the Discord server. Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. The fact that Rob wanted to continue creating the game and Steven literally destroyed the game. Yeah, that... Oh, man, that was rough. That he just threw a tantrum like that and fucked off. And then he has like... If it's true, right? Again, I want to hear Steven's story if possible. If it's true, I am a little grossed out by the fact that, you know, in the Discord server, he would say things like, you know, I feel really bad for the employees. I feel dismayed for the employees. When in fact, he's the one responsible. I think that's so fucked. I don't know, man. Thanks for spending the time and finding and bringing this info forward for me. No problem. I think Jason and I made contact about last week. No, wait. No, I think a little over a week ago now. He handed me a bunch of shit. I keep telling him he needs to check with the lawyer. He needs to check with his lawyer. And I keep telling him, hey, I'm gonna be really careful with the stuff you're sending me because there's a lot of personal information, bro, in the stuff you're sending me. And I offered him, we can sign the NDA. And he was just like, nah. I was like, you gotta be careful, all right? Like, you know what I mean? You gotta be careful with, I mean, I could have been a fucking scumbag and, you know what I mean? Just fucking, no censorship, nothing. Just fucking do it, you know? Like, he needs to be more careful, dude. I'm gonna raid Nice Gaming, you know, and hitting you guys off to another Ashes of Content. Oh my god, Ashes of Content. Yeah, it's Ashes of Content. Yeah, I'm gonna hand you off to Nice, and you guys can kind of keep processing it, and I'll get the video out tonight for the employees for you guys. And again, feel free to come by the Discord. And share the video. Yes. Enjoy your company, guys. I'll see you guys later. We're not streaming Valentine's Day. Nope. And big thank you to all the subs, follows, and all that today while we're on the phone with Jason and watching. Thanks for the donos. Appreciate you guys, Jeffrey. I'm gonna say hi to Nice and then dip out with you guys as well. What if Rob calls in the morning? I'll just ask him to email me at that point. This could, you know, like, I don't know. Again, I'll keep you guys in the loop. While also trying to make sure everyone's staying safe in terms of personal information and all that. Hey, can we please borrow $160,000? I need it by Monday. Okay, how much equity are you going to give up, bro? You going to give up 1%, 2%? You know, what's the interest rate? It's crazy that Steven... Oh, man, I just can't get over it. 20% interest rate, 30% interest rate. Oh my god, dude. I would... Crazy.
Yo.